Except for some reason I don't hear the music. There it is. Weird. I'll take it. Okay, I think the sound is good. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, and away we go. I think that's going to work out just fine. So I've got 2 bookmark web pages now. One is the Star Valor achievement list, as per exophase.com. They did not ask me to say that for you. It just happens to be one of the easier layouts where you can read all of the perks and their descriptions together in one long list without having to click back and click and back and click. And you don't gotta worry about it. And the icons are nice and big, so you just scroll down to the one you want. There it is. It tells you. And it looks like this is actually aggregating percentages from Steam as well. Let's take a look at that and compare right quick. I would be curious to know. I am not a merry man. Global achievement stats. White collar, 10%. Let's go down the list. White collar, 8.1%. So I don't know what their percentage is. Maybe it's users who've logged in and registered. Let's see, where's Marauder? 11.57. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know what those percentages are, but whatever. Their descriptions seem to be mostly accurate, so we'll go with that. Now, I was going to start a new high challenge profile, but I decided not to because I wanted to get different crew first. I want to see some of the other starting crew. There's, I think, 6 in game right now. Plus one more if I ever make the decisions to actually complete that one. I don't see Laios around anywhere, but that's okay. Maybe he'll be around later. His game, his time. If I don't get to finish it today because he's got other shit to do, then I am literally not sweating that one bit. Especially since I'm pretty sure he wanted to do it last night. And I was like, well, my brain's already a little bit sludgy, but like, that's one thing I like about sandbox games like this, where you could get into these big fights just, you don't have to wait for a story, you don't have to wait for anything really, you can just wait for your warp drive to charge up and then go to a hostile sector and get in a nice big fight. I used to read books when I was tired so I could unwind and relax and fall asleep. Now I blow up spaceships. But let's be honest, I was doing that in some of the books too. That's what imaginations are for. Now it's just a little more hands-on, a little more interactive. If it weren't for video games, choose your own adventure books would have actually been like probably a big deal. But then Pong came along and, well, suddenly the idea of making the book interactive was just too sexy to turn away from. Go figure. Daniel Decay. What a badass. Oh, he's going today too. Good for him. Not bothering with a link. 2022's hottest AI-powered investment platform. Nope. Thanks, Gamers Nexus, but no thanks. But yeah, oh wow, the V2 and V3, the Vangi Yacht and Corvette. Yes, it is. The Achilles, yes. The Vangi Yacht and Corvette both got a co-pilot suit. That's pretty nuts. Yes, this ship is mine. My massive death ray. Let's see, what does this station have? How you doing today? Been a minute. They don't have anything I particularly want. Doing pretty good. Thought I was getting sick, and then it was like, nah, just allergies. You're fine. I was like, okay, cool. No panic here. Don't have to quarantine for my roommates. There we go. Yay, upgraded spotlight. Why not? So Flux is going to get a rework. I talked yesterday about how tech level is no longer going to increase by rarity. So if you have an automated repair system and you forget that you just barely have enough tech level for it and you go ahead and upgrade it and it raises the tech level by 1 and now you can't use it until you get your tech level up, that will not happen anymore after this next update. So that's pretty cool. Well, I think technically the stations are supposed to be a lot lower on the plane of, but then you bump into it, so maybe not. I don't know. The scaling does seem a little bit off, but there's going to be a full rework on stations where they're going to get upgraded, they're going to have their own defense fleets, they're going to have better weaponry, there's going to be more happening on the station, and I think at that point we'll see some of them get a little bit bigger, and then the ones that are more outposty, the scale of, like, because I used to think of these lights as windows. And so when you think of it that big, you know, then there's like hundreds, maybe thousands of people on this ring, and then across, and then however tall this thing is before it gets to these solar panels, you have no idea how far away. Like, this station could be a mile tall and you just can't see it from this angle. But it looks more like, you know, it would just be measured in the thousands or tens of thousands of feet. But then, what if these are just lights? And like, these stations really aren't all that big, and this ship with its crew of 13, you know, like there's 8 just in the gunner seats, and then however big this thing is, like, you can cram a lot of extra people in here. You know, you've got 8 passengers on top of the crew. So I don't really know exactly what the measurements of these ships and stations are, what the population to the station is. A lot of mystery there, it seems. Okay, there we go. A little bit of hydration. Good times. Alright, now we're down in this system. Let's roam around a little bit. I'm looking for the unique crew. I've got a couple of them. I've got Ziggy, I've got Tim, and I've got Jean-Philippe. But there's still 3 more out there, and possibly another one coming in an update today, potentially. We'll see how that goes. That may be way later, or maybe not today at all. But I know there's at least 3 more that are in the game. Cruiser? The Horizon? Or you mean the Komi? There's a couple of school buses. In fact, the Goliath almost has a school bus look to it. Horizon, nice. That's a good one. I prefer heavier weapons, so I'm not as big a fan of the lots and lots of one-point turrets, but there's no reason not to like them, especially if you start crafting weapons to put in it, and you make them point defense, so that they take up half a space, but then you make them beams, and you customize them for as purple, so they have extra range, so they all just start hitting everything, whether it's an enemy, a missile, a drone. Because custom weapons are almost always, there's a way to make any custom weapon potentially better than something that you can find or buy in the game. The custom, or the existing weapons in the game, they're there because, well, first of all, not everybody wants to craft their weaponry, but they're set at specific thermal thresholds to go along with different ship classes, different use cases. But what a lot of people forget is that a lot of them are set for 100%, or maybe the occasional 150%, but most of the weapons in the game aren't designed to be run at 200%. It's better to design something a little heavier at that point. But yeah, you can put the overload trait on without a penalty. You can even put a level of charging on, and your guys will still do a pretty decent job. And if you put a crap ton of charging weapons on your ship, 1-point charging weapons, I should do that. I should go to one of my saves that has a lot of materials and build out a Horizon just to demonstrate it to people, like, because I know there's other people that dislike it for the reasons I dislike it, but maybe not by any influence of my own, maybe, but that they just haven't quite considered how it might actually be beneficial. Like, if you have one big weapon, then it's like one of my biggest drawbacks when I use big ships is it's hard to hit small ships. Like, it's really hard with a single laser beam to track and kill some really fast small ships. Now, one of the solutions, of course, is the triple barrels that this ship has all over it. But as you can see, that's no guarantee. It's still a fairly focused beam, all things considered. But when you have multiple weapons firing at that same fast ship, they have fewer options for dodging, which means they'll get hit more. So you might not hit them as hard all the time, but there's a chance that it will do a better job. Oh, when did that come along? These are 52, 54... Damn. That's so weird. I don't remember having this good of tech on this thing. I was pretty tired last night when I was still playing, and I'm like, whoa. I remember the orange ion now and the Dio sweeper. Didn't I get a third heavy pirate booster? Yes, and it was already blue. Oh my god. There is a smaller ship that is white and looks like a teardrop. Well, like, I mean... Like, you mean like the Pelican, or the Guardian, or... is it one of the other factions? Teardrop. Row A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me the coordinates of it on here. 10 by H. I mean, if it's white, it's probably one of the... But these are not really teardrop shaped, but... I believe this is every ship in the game. I think I have them all. You mean that one? No, that's a dreadnought. Ten across, 6 down. Oh, the Pelican, yeah. Yeah, the Pelican's not bad at all. It's got basically the same defensive capabilities as the Marco, but you get a little bit more weapon capacity at the expense of equipment, but you also get more cargo space. Crew's the same. Oh yeah, Pelican's a carrier. Can't forget that it can carry 4 shuttles, which is awesome. This thing could carry, what, 4 yachts? Wow. 4 yachts, huh? I mean, that's like... The Hades can carry 4 yachts and then 2 shuttles, but it really just needs the 4 yachts. Oh no, that's 3 times... Yeah, 3 times 4. Wow. But still, 4 shuttles for a frigate. For a frigate, like what frigate? Show me a frigate that's a good carrier. No. I mean, that thing, you can have 4 shuttles on that. Okay, so it's a Scourge, right? Except it's got way higher equipment capacity, more cargo space, higher crew count, which is still going to be just 3 gunners each, so the Pelican has something else that it's better for, which is probably either a navigator, probably not an engineer, maybe a supervisor or instructor. Nice. See, the Marco, to me, makes a good point ship for a group of Pelicans, because the Pelicans have the higher weapon capacity, but this thing can have more shields, so it can tank a little bit better. Now, of course, the armor on the Pelican's better, so you want to get your tank out of the way once it does get... Oh, and plus, these are a little more agile, and they're a little faster. But yeah, you lead Pelicans. I guess you could have what? You could have a few Pelicans and like 2 Marcos, and then you lead it with your Horizon. I'm just saying, like, there's not a big difference between these two, except that this one can have 2 2-point weapons if you don't care about missiles, whereas this one has to split it up on the back set, which is, if you're worried about missiles, that's fine. That's probably better. You can shoot missiles off both sides easier than you can with this one, since both one-point weapons in the back would have to point the same way anyway. But yeah, it makes a good opener. I used to fly a Marco quite a bit, and they lead Pelicans quite well. But then again, a fleet of Beetles is not to be underestimated, and there's so many fun mini fleet sizes. But like with this game, there's no reason to stay at those fleet sizes. You just kind of keep progressing past them, so you never really get to that like 100. How much can you have? Like 60, like a 60 shuttle fleet. You rarely get around to that. This is my Corvette fleet, and there's very little redundancy. There's one other bad boy like my flagship, and then there's two of the, what's that thing called? Razor? There's two Razors. But they're repair ships, so that's why I like them to be redundant. But yeah, I have a nice little fleet of Corvettes going. You keep them at 20 speed and watch them follow you around, it's hilarious. Of course, the problem being that they never show up to the same place at the same time, because they're all different speeds and agilities and weights. Oh yeah, and I'm a pirate, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm a Children of Terra pirate, so I can fight the Vangi and the humans without penalty, and get some of the best tech for sale of pirate heat sinks. Do I have the Terran armor yet? Or the Terran mantle? No, but that's what I'm looking for, is Terran cloaking. This is a really funny save, and it is fun to play, but it's tough. Like, you really have to keep an eye on your fleet count, because you'll lose somebody and not even notice, even when it's like flashing all over the screen. So I have to run around and try to tag everyone, keep them off balance, and to keep my fleet in good priority. Well, but of course, we still have room for more Corvettes and more Fleet Commander, although I do have that bonus. I haven't maxed out the Fleet Commander level yet, and there's also the ability to get crew with the bonus. Whoa! I got taken out. The Hunter fleets get pretty intense. Not a lot of room for errors on this one, but it's a lot of fun. All the attacking ships were the same. Right, all white. Oh, and that save? No, those were all different factions. The whole point of that save was to try to get Corvette from every faction. Like, I can't buy the Hawk, but I found one. So I got lucky there. Same with the Guardian. I just found the Guardian because I can't buy those. Let's see, I think that's the only faction ships. I can buy the pirate faction ship, of course, and the bad boy, because I'm allied with them. But that's pretty much it. If I want the Beetle from the Syndicate, I have to find it as a derelict and tow it in. And the same with the Vangi Corvette. If I want one of those, It'll have to be a derelict and I'll have to tow it in. Let's try this again. Oh, that's funny. The Ranger I have set as a repair ship too. My fleet wouldn't attack them because they wouldn't aggro back. Destruction. Oh, I agree. I have a feeling when this game hits its final iteration, launches its 1.0, and Steam finally starts showing it to people, there's a lot of people who will probably who are probably watching this game. I feel like this game is really heavily watched because I get a lot of like stray hits on YouTube, but not like they're not watching the entire stream, but they're watching like half of it, you know? So it's like they're into it. They're biding their time. They're trying not to overexpose. They don't want to see too much, but they want to see, you know, they want to see that it is coming along, just not necessarily all the details. They want to preserve some of the newness of it, so they're waiting for it. And people have good reason to be skeptical of early access games, especially ones that come out in this kind of a genre and pretty much start in early access. To the point that it takes, you know, indie dev games that take years to develop. People are just like, I don't know if I want to put any faith in one person. Maybe if there was a team with, you know, some accountability between other people, not just to the customer, but to like each other, then, you know, maybe I could get into it, but they don't want to get too wrapped up in an incomplete project. And there's been a lot of really good-looking, fun games that get abandoned or just not completed, or somehow or another things just go wrong along the way and they don't finish the game. So I think if this game had launched 1.0 back in, like, if it had been able to launch in like 2020, then I think it would be a completely different story. There'd be at least 10 times the amount of people buying and playing this game right now. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not necessarily a good thing either, though, because the only people who get into early access really heavily now are people who have a little bit better understanding. Like, everybody understands what it is better now, so that's why less people get involved, because they're like, I don't want to risk it. And so that's probably a good thing, because, you know, if they're not willing to go all in, then, like, you know, probably shouldn't be parsing their opinions with everybody else's on the progression of the game. I'm not saying that their opinion wouldn't be valuable, it's just, if that's where they're coming from, they're probably not wrong. Not trying to sound super judgmental, I'm sure it does anyway, but I don't know what you can really do about that. Six space. Alright. Yeah, these dudes hate me. But I still have all 9 ships. We survived. Notice the Hawk was the only one that got beat up enough to get pushed out of the system by the miners. It's a mining system. He thinks they're a little bit more upset that I'm flying one of their ships. It would be funny if that affected your morale gain and loss with the faction. If you fly one of their ships, then your morale goes up with them faster. But then that creates a weird feedback because of the fact that ships are locked behind faction reputation. So maybe it shouldn't go that way. But maybe at least on the negative. Maybe if you're negative with a faction and you fly one of their ships and kill their ships with one of their ships, then your your reputation with them goes down faster and faster. Exactly. Like, if it's gonna just get plopped down in front of them, sure, they're gonna try it. And not be surprised when they like it a lot. It's just a matter of principle as to whether or not they're gonna go out of their way to do it for themselves. And, you know, I do this with movies a lot. I don't watch previews, or I try not to watch previews. If somebody's like, hey, check out this movie trailer, I'll watch it for like 5 seconds, and if I think there's even the slightest chance that I'm gonna like that movie, I stop watching. I'm just like, cool, and they're like, no, it's still going. I'm like, I know, but like, if I keep watching, it's gonna ruin the movie for me, so it looks like I might actually enjoy it, so I'm just gonna stop right here, and I'll just watch it. Gotta wait till your ship is pointed the other way. Point this way. Why is it jettisoning them out in front of me? Shouldn't it be dumping them out of the back? What is this, like a... Is this like a Volkswagen? The trunks in the front? Like a Volkswagen Bug? Just let the flak push me away slowly. It's like riding the current out in the ocean. Ah, you thought I was going to go behind you, but I'm so nimble, I tricked you. Hey. Oh. Yes, I know quite a few people like that, and I'm just like, shh. Oh, I can take this back, drop it off, and then go back and get that iron. Although I have 400,000, $3,000 worth of iron really doesn't sound like that much. There's a problem you run into when you only buy specific ships. And it's called, now I've got too much damn money. Even after outfitting those ships a bunch. Oh, let's get everybody back in so they can repair. I just saved it, so... Wow, Evelyn, Ewing. Let's raise that a bit, right? What's everybody else? 80? Everybody else is 80. Maybe you should be 80. These are just a few of my incredible thoughts. If you haven't heard that song, you should go listen to it right now. Because it is insane how funny that song is. Yes. Yeah, that's the emergency warp threshold. This one was just set to 30%, and there's always a chance, there's a little bit of a delay when they cross that threshold to when they actually warp out. And then there's also weapons, you know, like big explosions, where it'll do, like if you have them set to warp out at 30%, armor, they'll be at 32%, and then one single explosion knocks them down to like 10%, and then they warp out. So now, when you warp them back in, you got to be careful. They're going to be really fragile. They need to get repaired immediately. But I usually set them to 80 because of that. Because if you set them to 30, something could just destroy them. They could get one shot. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it'll glitch, and there'll be a delay, and they'll end up taking one too many hits before they actually get to warp out, and they'll explode. But in my experience, it doesn't happen too often. But I'm also kind of crazy in how I set up my fleet ships. They both have more shield repair or shield recharge than I do, and their armor is decent. But actually, did I give one of them my lithium armor? I did. Yes. One of them is going to get a pirate heavy booster too. Like, one of them has a purple Vang Yi shield. I think it's Carla, but they have decent shielding. So having battle cruisers set to 80% makes it very unlikely that anything will go wrong with their emergency warp out. Oh, alright, we have a lot going on. Let's see. Okay, first off, it's an offensive fleet, so rather than having more ships to kill, I have a timer, because they'll eventually get to that station and possibly destroy it, which I don't want. I personally don't use drones. I like to use flagships that have a little bit of carrying capacity. So instead of repair drones, I'll have that. And I'm not really big on attack drones. I feel like it's better to build a ship that can sustain itself in battle through repair. So I do have an automated repair system, but no repair drones, no attack drones. Maybe for mining, when I start doing more casual like mining builds, once the fleets can be more useful for mining, maybe then I'll get more into drones just as a supplement to the mining. There's always the playstyle of Director, of just being a straight fleet commander, to where you're not actually really doing a lot of the combat yourself. Your fleet's doing most of the fighting while you set them to 120, and then, you go out to the asteroid field, your couple of mining ships follow you, but your fighter ships do all the intercepting and fighting, and along the way they just kind of protect you and keep the peace around you. So, and it makes the gameplay, like, some people would say, oh, that sounds boring, but it's like, well, no, it sounds casual, which casual is boring if you don't want to play casual, but it's not inherently boring to play casually, because sometimes that's what you want. That part I do like, and I have repair drones on these guys, and I also have another yacht, another one of the pirate yachts to turn into a repair ship for myself, and they'll repair everybody. So I give my fleet ships a little bit of autonomous repair. If they're able to use their hangar base in the future as well, then I don't know that people will enjoy taking the risk on using those in combat so much, but it will make for a lot more fleet repair, and it will also make mining with the fleet a lot more fun. When you are in a dominance and you have a bunch of carriers around you, and then the carriers start mining, and then they deploy their fighters, and you deploy your fighters, and everybody's fighters are mining, and you just kind of eat through an entire asteroid field, and like just watching mining lasers all over the place, just big and small, just picking this place apart, picking up all the loot, returning it to you. Loot collecting drones would be cool. He was talking about a beam, but I think loot collecting should be done by drone. and it's just that, depending on the bay size is how much, how big of a piece of loot that drone can actually return. But repair drones I use early game, but I admit that that's mostly just to avoid spending money on repairs. It's not so much because I actually... Yeah, there's a lot of options in this game. I think that's the big draw for me. Or one of the big draws. I mean, the visuals are just shit tons of fun. Don't get me wrong. I love the action, I love the combat, I love that you can become the bullet hell boss. I would say that's the top draw for me, even though I tend towards beams more nowadays. But you can be the bullet hell boss, and you can mix and match a ship with, laser blasters, and laser beams, and plasma cannons, and missiles, and flat guns. Like, you could have a ship that can do, a Titan that can do a little bit of everything. And basically, you're the end boss. It's the reason I changed the title of my stream to when I fight the boss, they hear my theme music, because I'm the boss. This game lets you become that massive ship or fleet of ships that one would expect to fight at the end of a game. Or you could do the opposite, more classic to the arcade style shooter where you're the small ship, super overpowered, fighting the ever increasing fleets of bad guys. Or you can go down the middle and be like, we're just average everyday group of anarcho-communist corvettes like the last save I was playing. Like, there's no real hierarchy there. They're all just a bunch of corvettes that hang out and do stuff together. And there's no, like... In that save, I never feel like I have to go around fighting people. I feel like it's fun to just fly around and imagine the story of all these different corvettes that they don't match each other, they don't belong together. Again, it's Children of Terra and Allied, but also Pirate Allied, so it's enemies with the Vang Yi, but also the Proxima and Syndicate. So it's like, it's just this weird, wacky save that almost doesn't make sense. And it kind of creates this weird backdrop for your subconscious to start telling its own stories on. And it makes it a lot of fun to play. Casually, it makes it fun to go in and play it aggressively sometimes. Sometimes aggressively in trade, like that save has a lot of money because I spend a lot of time trying to earn as much cash as possible. And sometimes it's trying on the patience, and it'll get better when we can outfit and equip and swap cargo on our fleet ships without having to switch to them. But you can still switch to your fleet ships, fill their cargo with loot, at a station, and then take it to the next station to sell. You can still go full-blown trader and fill your entire fleet cargo with stuff to trade. It takes a little more work than it should at this time, just because the things that allow you to do it now are features that were implemented for other reasons. And so it's kind of incidental that you can do that for trading. But it's not like it was blocked, because it will be intended to be that way in the future. So it's just, we're not able to do it now cleanly just because it was kind of incidental that we can do it at all. Oh crap. That's not gonna help me much. How big is a Mercury? I can't imagine they take up much more than 40, right? Maybe 50? They're tiny. 30. Okay, good. Oh yeah, this one does have some laser blasters. It's my point defense. Well, see, and when you play the game enough, even that goes away. I was gonna start a new one today to start out the... They will soon. They will soon. I can't say for sure how soon, but I know that that is an intended feature that will happen soon. You'll also be able to collect things with your flagship from a distance, which I think would be really well done by drone. But you could also do like a modified tractor beam that equips as a weapon that collects loot, and so you can just kind of sweep across something and it scoops it up. But eventually you will be able to. The question in my mind is being able to trade loot with your fleet ships in space, right? So like, can I get close enough to this ship, press G, and then go to an interface where I can open up its cargo and swap stuff with its cargo? Like, if it keeps picking up missiles, but it's a Vulcan boat, but I have a missile boat, and the missile boat keeps picking up Vulcan, then I can just get all the ships together and swap the Vulcan and the missiles so that the right ship has all the right ammo instead of mixed and matched where it doesn't need to be. I don't know if that's going to be part of that, but at least being able to equip and move stuff around your ships at a station, that will get easier. That will get a special interface, and we will get ranged loot collection. But back to what I was saying, I do find that once you've played the game enough, even the whole early game run away from everything kind of goes away. That's why there are starting perks you can choose that will mean you'll encounter tougher enemies. Because if I just go start a new game with Wheatus and none of the starting perks, and no special thing, and I just start with a basic yacht, I still don't have to run away from everything. I can still take a small amount of money, go buy an extra gun, get a couple of kills early game, do some fast exploration to earn some cash, and never really feel threatened throughout the rest of the game until you start running into hunter fleets. It doesn't mean I won't die on occasion. I usually find a way to do that no matter what, but I don't find myself, like, because there's a lot of people that they'll start playing the game and they're just like, oh, I die so much, it's so tough just to get started, and I'm like, dude, trust me, it gets better. You will want to play more than one save file, and it will be fun when you do. Like, don't worry about it, come on. But yeah, it can be a bit of a learning curve for a brand new player. But I also started playing the game when it was a lot simpler, before there were so many mechanics and extra features and expectations. Like, my expectations were really low, because I had no idea what was going on in the game. It wasn't, there were no fleets, there were no hunter fleets, there was like a lot less ships. I wasn't involved in the Discord at all. I just knew that it was a solo dev because that's presented to you at the opening of the game. And I was like, alright, I'll just jump in because I like to jump into games blind. I did it with Elite Dangerous, I did it with Oxygen Not Included, and I mentioned those two specifically because they're difficult games to do that with. But like, you know, when I was a little kid, like, you know, 6, 8 years old, I think I was like 8 when I first played the original SimCity. It wasn't on PC, it was on Super Nintendo, so they kind of guide you along a little bit better, but I wasn't sitting there reading the manual. I didn't know how anything worked for a long time. I was just like crapping stuff on the ground. I didn't know what was happening. So people who pick up the game now, there's a more robust community, there's a lot more features, there's a lot more going on, and so the expectation's a little bit higher, and the learning curve's a lot higher too. And then there's all these things that, like, oh, you'll encounter more powerful enemies, and it's like what, all of them are, and in what way? Are they going to be smarter? Are they going to be stronger? Is it going to feel like a legitimate or synthetic difficulty? Is it going to be on par? Like, are we opening up new options here? And it's like, no, it's just every once in a while you're going to get slammed really hard with some, you know, aggro assholes who are going to try to rampage you, and you have to really, like, make a quick fight or flight decision if you're going to survive. Death is knocking at your door at every turn if you stack up too many of those factors without being prepared for it. Because every time you get something new that says you'll attract more powerful enemies, it stacks on to the ones you already have. And here I've fallen into the trap. I've done it again. I've talked about a thing too much, and now I just have to do it. So, to really drive home the argument of what it's like battling the learning curve in this game, it's hard for me to really empathize, to imagine what it's like to be a first-time player. Wait, is it Battleship Raid? No. Defeat 5 Ravager bosses your level or higher using a yacht or shuttle. We should be able to get that ourselves. And Traitor and Genocide I could just get in-game if I wanted to. But it requires destroying a station, so it's actually rather difficult. So this is what happens when you duct tape a 44 Magnum to your foot and pull the trigger, shooting yourself in the foot in an epic fashion. Like, oh yeah, it's a Lacewing, that's a great ship, it's a purple, but you will often attract more powerful enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times over. 5 times over. So... Never tell me the odds. Oh, and hardcore. Stronger enemies, better loot. You will often attract more 6. 6. Hoo-wee! So what does that look like? How does it even start? I'm not a... What am I, a pirate? No, I'm Lone Wolf. Okay. So, Lone Wolf. But then I'm gonna have Proxima as enemy, Children of Terra as enemy. Basically, Vangi Ascension is going to be my friends, but I can't get past Honored with them. Which means, unless I find them, I'm not going to be able to use their upper tier Vangi ships, and I'm not going to be able to use any other faction ships in the game at all. Starting out. Like, if you earn that later on, that's fine. Maybe you picked up some neat stuff along the way. So 6 stacks. My god. My god. Alright, let me clip this really quick. Hey, it won't work. Oh, there we go. Copy. The snip tool works differently on my other computer. I have an entire other computer dedicated to run. It's only on when I'm broadcasting. Like, that's literally its only function, is to be my savior of my main computer's resources to go all into the broadcasting. Everything else is on a different computer, watching the broadcast, Discord, and eventually it will also do the broadcasting with a capture card, but we're not quite there yet. Let's see, what was the cap on it? What was the cap? It's honored. Cannot reach honored. Faction toys are severely limited. Oh man, this is gonna be insane. Alright. Let's do it. And yeah, I definitely am going with these three. I can't... Like, all this other stuff is like indirect money or stuff I'm not going to do. Don't need navigation scanner. I mean, sure it would help, but no. Energy generation is going to be the best part, the best direction to go. It's a civilian station. Okay. Apparently they don't quite hate me yet. Let's take a look. It's going to be hard not to have Marauder, though. Alright. See, power generation. Now I can turn these all the way up. So let's see what their more powerful enemies are, right? Let's see if they can make me run. Oh, and I've got $8,000, so I'm not actually all that worried at all. Not too worried yet. It's going pretty good, but the thing is, it's going to be really easy to get the Marauder perk, and I won't be able to hang out at the station anymore. Not going to go social on this one. It's going to be engineering, combat, and probably exploration, so I can get... I don't know if I should fight the pirates or not, because they don't hate me yet. I should probably try to make friends with them, or should this be a fight everyone? You can definitely get everyone to hate you. I don't recommend it, but you can do it. The problem comes in where you end up with the Marauder perk. Oh man, how cool is that ship? I love it. It's like a giant techno bug. But the problem comes with the fact that even civilian stations will fire on you if you have the Marauder perk. But it's timed, so it'll go away. So like, I mean, if everyone hates you, you can just go fight Pirate and Vang E until, you know, your Marauder perk goes away. And then you can go finally land at a station, but you're going to be hard-pressed to sell stuff because you won't have any friends. which means a lot of things that you won't be able to, if it's not something you can use right away, you're probably just going to end up throwing a lot of good stuff away, which makes it hard to make money. So I should probably be friends with the Vangi or the pirates, or probably both. I got 4 more slots. Yeah, I love it. They did a good job on that one. Whew, just enough money. It's just a bunch of small lasers. Cool. Could have probably done that at the same time. Nice. Maybe I'll just stay with the lace wing forever on this save. So let's see. If I were to make friends with the Vangi and the pirates, then I need to go find their systems fast, so I know where they are. And I also need to remember to stop for escape pods still, because there's still plenty to do. Now I'm waiting for more powerful enemies to attack me. I feel like I'm kind of ready for them. I have a lot more equipment space I could fill, but I don't have a lot of money. Trial by fire. It's only 43, but it feels like I'm pretty fast now. Let's just see what's over here. Civvies. Okay. So I'll just peek through the... Whoop. This little patch down here. Definitely need to get gyros. A gyro or 2 more on this thing. Are you the more powerful enemy? Nope, you're just some dude, the pelican. Aww. Damn. Little dude. Oh, I'm so not letting you point that thing at me. Oops. No, I know your weakness. If you can't turn, you can't fight. That guy was probably going to meet up with a fleet of ships that cover it while it takes care of bigger ships. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll make you lots of enemies. Mobile refinery. That's pretty funny. There we go. Alright, let's see what you got, bitches. Yeah, not gonna be enough, is it? A Rokita? That is a lot of gold star. I keep missing. Okay, well, you're just silly. Woo! Not bad, huh? These guys are pretty tough. Give me the nuclear reactor. Ah, damn it. So apparently I can be pushed off. Oh, repair first? $100? Sure. I still have room for 2 repair drone bays when I get them. Stop shooting me, you stupid station. Oh my god. Wow. Good golly. Some serious loot. I'm never gonna need that. I'm only using a lace wing. Okay, so that's what they meant by that. That is what 6 stacks of more powerful enemies looks like. Oh, nope, there's more. Pretty sure I can handle the Rakita. So, I would just assume that that's what it's like the first time somebody plays this game and hasn't quite got their bearings yet. But that's probably the closest I can empathize with it. Just trying to fight a massive, overwhelming swarm of enemies, and the station might be doing more harm than good, even if it's the only way to defeat them. Small capacitor and nitro cooling. You know how cool that's going to be later on? Holy crap. They take up 1 space. Plus I got this thing. A blue deuterium warp drive. That's going to be awesome later. Plus I'm going to have harder components, which will give me another, what, 2, maybe 3? Maybe they'll round it up for me. Who knows? Oh, Nova would know. Indeed. Exactly. Hey, small missile launcher. One missile did 17, one did 33. That's about right. You know, I'm not going to go there with the Knights. That gets out of hand. I'm going to have enough going on with these fleets. Need to make sure I only use missiles when it's absolutely necessary. Oh yeah, turning speed. What was it with just 2? 44? It's not really worth it. I don't think I need a whole point for that, but since I don't have a full anything yet, I might as well use it. Oh yeah, I should play with the tractor beam too. You guys part of that other fleet, or did you come in separately? Nighty night. And you, what are you, just out of ammo? Oh, okay, good. Maybe I should have done impact damage. That's not a bad upgrade. That'll help a lot. It's just so fragile. Shit. Oh, if you take out the Marauder hideouts, then you don't get Marauder fleets anymore. But you do get loot and money. Battle computer! Abso-fucking-lutely. Fully explored. Let's do that. Let's just go ahead and raise it. Use the space we have now. See, I didn't use it with shift. Oh, now I've done it. It's dragging them down. Slows them right down. Oh, we got another one. Now that I'm a little bit better equipped, let's see if I can take him on by myself. Because that's kind of the point, right? Yeah, still works. Just running out of power. No, 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 I don't want help. I'm doing this myself. Well, I mean, the civilian sentinel's not going to be much use, but the station will. Wow, that mouse, way too sensitive. Let me just get situated here. Okay. I'd try to create an opening that I could shoot through with the missiles. Still didn't work. He's the fastest one, so I should be able to get him before the others catch up. Get something on him. Now I'm just holding down the missile button. I'm trying to time my maneuvers around the missile timing rather than just trying to create opportunities for a good shot. I think I'm getting a higher DPS this way, but you also waste missiles and risk miss timings if you can't make it to the right spot when you fire it. Oh, did they just get more? Did they get reinforcements? I at least want to take out this one damn ship already. Yay! Alright, so if I had a repair drone bay and a couple of better generators, could probably keep this fight going up indefinitely. But currently I am in need of repairs and have no friends who will do that for me. So let's repair. Yeah, we just need some better stuff. Damn. Yeah, look at that. Upgrade. Whoop, too close to the station, and I'm out of shielding. I hope that was worth it. Kinda. Light laser beam. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, I'd say that's worth it. I don't think I need that. Let's just get rid of that for that solar reactor. That'll tip us up quite a bit. Well, that sounds about right. It was only that very first fleet that I actually had to run away from it all, and now I can hang after just a little bit of the loot from those ships. So it would seem. Not for lack of effort, though, completely, I mean. I've definitely been shooting my share of them, but sometimes they're just, yeah. technically working on 2 ships right now. One with missiles, one with main weapons. Which means not getting to use your battle computer to auto-aim your other weapons. Hi there. No oranges yet, but I'm only level 9, so we'll see what happens. That would be pretty intense to get orange loot at before level 10. I don't think I've had anything purple yet, but you never know. They went for the station. You dumb turds, you're not supposed to do that. But I proved I can hang, so I feel good about it. Whoa! Damn it. Now they're just gone. Lame. But that's not bad. Oh yeah, I forgot that I turned that down earlier, so I have an extra. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Wanna bite me? Bite me. Yeah, we definitely have to get Marauder perk now. And this will make it much easier. And I guess we do have to, by nature, make this everybody fight everybody run. But I should probably work on getting some repair drones on first. Now I've got them all fighting each other. Nah, I need access to a station still. I can't get around that yet. That doesn't mean I can't get the Marauder perk. Attack drones, damn it. Fuck you, whale, and fuck you, dolphin. Yeah, your little squire. You want to bring your little squire out? You want to come play? Woo! Vulcan Squire, fun times. None built into it. So there's going to have to be some compromise here. Kind of screwing around with these guys. Bah. Pirate layer. Good deal. I feel like it should have one. But I don't know if it really needs to be stronger or not. I haven't used it enough to really judge it. Ah, okay. So I've got 2 PD laser beams. One of them's really good. Should I just use those? Or should I wait till I get another light laser beam so I can do 2 and 2? Because they're not going to have light laser beams for sale for a long time. So we'll just wait for that. Have a better one. Guess I don't need to walk around with a tractor beam, do I? Probably not. Oh, I already had one of those. But that's alright. Money is not really an issue here. Delightful. A little harder to be precise, but that is fine with me. Absolutely. Don't need to pick up missions, that's for sure. And look, I've already got a small capacitor and nitro cooling in blue. So if I start crafting ridiculous weapons right now, I can eat through those fleets a lot easier. It's probably not the worst idea. Question is, if you're only friends with pirates and Vangi, where the hell do you get crystals without just lurking around mining? That doesn't sound like my idea of a good time. Not when you're going to get attacked the way I am. Do not want. The nice thing is I can pretty much go wherever I want in the starting sector, and there's nothing anybody can really do about it. Like, there's not going to be a high enough level system. Wait, is that? It's not even connected. Is it? Oh, okay, yeah, all the way around. So you come out here, that takes you to this box. It also gets you here. So maybe if we went all, wow. Wow. This is all connected. All the way back to the starting system. Klooster. What was I hearing? What was that? Who's this guy? Oh, look at that. Repair drone bay. Thank you. How do you like that? Too convenient, if you ask me. Oh yeah. Do they sell drones here? Oh, goody. And missile ammo? Yay. Although I guess I shouldn't carry too much of that around. I'm just gonna end up destroying it for loot, right? Alright, let's have a look-see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And there's no reason to assume it connects here, but maybe it could. I don't know. Whoop, let's go back to the station. We're gonna find any more upgraded weaponry. Where are the more powerful enemies in this sector? Am I safe because it's neutral? Starting system was neutral, it wasn't very safe. I don't know. What are we looking for? What do we need? If I'm just trying to survive, then I need someone who's just trying to kill me. Or it won't mean very much. Okay. 13 DPS. For 2 missile ammo. Which is still better per ammo. Are they both 1 space? No, that's a 2 space. Damn it. Whoops. I mean, why was he there? Maybe he shouldn't have been there. The opposite of what I would want. Still no Marauder perk. Do you not get Marauder after Genocidal? Another one. Yeah. See, we're already full. I haven't even really used my missiles that much. So I really only need to carry like 50 missile ammo max. Probably not even that much. And 3 drones. It's only 2.5. Damn it. Could use a cannon. Just found the gun and the ammo. But no, we need to push forward. Most definitely. Let's clear out this corner right quick. It's funny the little story that it tells. After getting way too powerful and good at battle tactics, I saved humanity from its most dire enemy, only to turn on them to kill them myself, and then kind of start succeeding. Oops. Actually stop. Okay. Yeah, now we're talking. What? Temperate. I didn't retreat from combat. I killed a guy. They came after me. I was just positioning myself for the fight. Damn you, Temperate. Whoa. Let's see. Plenty of wrong ways to approach this. Okay, obviously you have to die first. Just trying to learn every little thing I can about this ship. I keep getting attacked by other shit. But this could eventually take it out. And then more show up. Uh-oh. It wouldn't let me save. Damn it. Now they're all gone. Station wasn't going to fight him anyway, but... 71. Don't want that. They don't sell them. But this is one of those unicorn systems where I have a safe station. Hey. So I don't think it's going to let me get... Hey, thanks, Maeve. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate it. Celebration. Shout out to Maeve for the Prime subscription. All right. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna give me Marauder. Hang on, let me pull the audience real quick. Maybe I should just kill the civilians. I thought you'd get Marauder for killing miners and merchants too. Is that not the case? Because if that's not the case, I'll totally be civilian friendly and fight everyone else. Red Skull now friendly, which means I need to go kill them. Right? I think that's part of it, but I've gone out of my way to kill quite a bit. Like, they're not necessarily aggroing me. I am starting most of these fights. I don't know how the computer logs who starts a fight, though. Like, is it the decision to aggro? Is it whoever lands the first blow? Wow. You're gonna make it that boring, huh? Yep. How long? How long will I shoot this asshole? He bought drones too. Alright, fine. Alright, off to Pirate Land to equalize. Although I should stop at the station right quick. Yeah. I kind of figured that was the case. So it's probably a matter of whether you aggro or if you shoot them before they aggro you, then you started it. Weird little bastard. Alright. It's only one extra power for a significantly better shield. Alright, now the rest of our cargo. Hey. Oh, damn it. That docking glitch bugs me because then it resets the enemy fleets when you have to save and reload. I'll have to see if just hitting escape resets that, because that would be a lot nicer. I'd much rather do that. Let's start working on this because I want to be able to craft for nano boosters. Gotta hit F first, so it will target them. Ha, back to neutral. Wow, just PB'd that guy with missiles. I wonder if I should go back to a one-point scanner and put a second full-size shield generator on. Welcome, Alien Gathering. Service stop. For Kaylee, Mama Smurf. And of course, Maeve, Sea Sage, and Shanala. Maybe so. Honestly, that one's way over my head. Like, most of it's over my head anyway, but I can guess with a little bit of logic, but that's all based on exposure, not education, so it doesn't quite work out the same. Ah, that one. It would be nice if there was a different way to reset it without having to save and reload. Just some kind of a... Even if it was just a fudge button that only did that. Whoa! Charging heavy laser, huh? Wow. When did you get the upgrade? If two of those hit me, I'm pretty much toast. Watching them charge is fun. But it kind of gives away when they're going to miss if you have a really good eye. Woo! Maybe a little bit further away. Oh, I gotta try that again. That was fun. Holy shit. What up? How's it going, Llama Smurf? Oh shit, they're all out of sync. They gotta fire together or it won't work. You can't dodge them all, you can't spin enough. See, that's too spread out. I could probably make that work. Maybe. Holy shit, Llama Smurf, thank you for the subscription. 3 months, hell yeah. That is our second and third subscriber in the same day. Sweet. Very, very much appreciated. Absolutely. I'm glad other people enjoy it as much as I do. Wow. No! Oh, good. So 2 won't kill me instantly. But, oof. I gotta try to get them all on the same track. Yikes. Not like that. Oh yeah, I love when he stops by. He was on Discord on the mobile earlier. Hopefully he'll come by. I know we were trying to figure out what the last few traits on one of the NPCs should be. Oh boy. Crazy. Sometimes just some back and forth shifting is enough to throw them off, but you have to be careful you don't just charge into death. Of course, I could keep moving around trying to throw them off balance, but then what also happens is that their attack becomes unpredictable to me. So it actually makes it a little bit more difficult in some ways. Like that. And then there's the extra safe method that, depending on your DPS, might not be enough to actually destroy the station because you have to stop firing a little bit. So it takes a little longer. Or you can just keep trying to hit it directly. Just remember to draw your range back out a little bit so you don't kill your own time frame on being ready for that. Get shot in the face. But always hold that missile button down. Ah! Alright. We're gonna get some better weaponry first. I have a light laser beam. I need to get another one of those. In the meantime, we're just gonna piss off the pirates a little bit. Just enough to keep the reputation in check. See, trying to take this station out right now would be exhausting. But if I had a stack of missile launchers, I could do it. Maybe that's the trick. Is that what I need to do, is just buy a bunch of missiles and equip the rest of my missile launchers? Let's see if they got any here. They do. Okay, I'll do that. Just for the completionist side of me. That really wants to see that station get completely annihilated. If I go ahead and activate my drone bay now, then I can replace the drone in my cargo. It's just if I turn it off right? It drops that drone part, but then turn it back on, pick the drone part back up. Now, I don't want to totally cheese it. I want to have a little bit of fun while I'm fighting it. It's not letting me target. There we go. Oh, come on. Thank you. Look, I don't have any other guns. I really need you to get killed by this missile, please. Thank you. Oh, you let that one off pretty good. Hmm. 4,500. Seems like its repair is a little too fast for this. So I still need stronger missile launchers, no matter what. Alright. No station cracking yet, no problem. We will find a way. Oh, nice. Hey, a medium laser. Shut up. Just scoots it along a little bit, no big deal. No, I can't fight you guys with just missiles. It won't work. Get out here and retool again. Ah, oh my god! Safety? Oh my. How delightful. They're gonna make it too easy on me. How we doing, Gene? Level 16, alright. 16G. Okay, here we go. Do we have an engineer spot? +2 shield absorption. And a little bit more efficiency all around. You stay here. Okay, now we're talking. Should get interesting. Gotta love that range boost. There's another station here. What is it, right here? Or right here? Where could it be? There's like nowhere to put anything. You know, on one hand, you feel the compulsion not to take these missions because it's already so likely you'll get attacked by giant fleets of horribly powerful enemies, but at the same time, by comparison, those ships aren't very difficult, so maybe picking a few of them up every once in a while is not such a bad idea. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bye, man. That merchant's like, why does it feel like you're helping me? I'm not. Neat. We'll take. Yay, zigzag. Like on the old Reaper. Whoop. Eliminate notorious pirate. I can't wait till notorious pirates have names. And like shout vulgarities at you over the radio. They just need a little flavor, you know? No big deal. No, power system's not going to support. It's not really better either. Not much. It's definitely an improvement of some kind. Do I want more scavenging loot? Will that raise the odds of getting an NPC? Or anything useful? I think it's just the quantity of basic loot. I don't think it helps with anything else. We'll go with that. We'll go with it. We'll just say that so we can move forward. And now you know how religion was created. Sorry, just kidding. But that's probably how a lot of them were created. Sometimes people just need to hear what they need to hear to move forward and not get stuck. Whoa, look at all these merchants and the rebels. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Oh, because I killed you a lot. I see. Yeah, that would do it. That was weird. I leveled up and it changed the way my weapons were firing. Like they all reset at the same time, so they were firing together all of a sudden instead of alternating. Yes! Holy crap. Do they know what they just gave me? Like, are they sure that that wasn't an accident, or am I reading it wrong? Is that a light laser beam? Holy shit. I like the sound of that. Now, I don't mind putting these on the back to put these on the front. Because with the range boost, they still fire way far enough ahead for most missiles. And for that, we're going to go ahead and turn this down because it doesn't affect your missile launchers. Let's see. So we can turn these down so that they'll sustain, which makes these able to sustain longer. And it also means that I can hold both for a decent amount of time. As long as I'm not boosting at the same time, then it pretty much zeroes out instantly. Oh, hey there. Of course, when the situation calls for it, sometimes you just go for, whoa, max damage anyway. That does not seem like enough damage. Ah. He has no repair system, so I can just wait. It's gonna take forever just to kill this one guy, but it has to die because of that Vulcan. Like, I can't not take him out first. It's just gonna take forever. So instead, still gonna take forever, isn't it? Damn. Whew. 6 stacks of more powerful enemies. I got all of them. Oh man. Ridiculous. Hey, you're the one that wanted to party. I'm just hanging out. Ah, eat it. Damn. What do I need for these guys? Whoa, buddy. Oh god, these are level 20. Shit. Guys, I'm only level 14. What is this? Wow. So when people say when they first start playing this game that they feel like they're just running away from enemies all the time and it's not fun, I guess that's what this is like. A little bit. Like, there's some fun moments, but it's just like, what's going on? There's not like a reasonable way to play this without just hoping and praying that I magically come across the right gear to deal with these level of enemies before they just keep scaling out of control. And of course, with acquired wisdom, my level's going up faster. But that's just giving them free reign to go up faster too. $25.18. What are you talking about? There it is. He's like, oh, well, when you put it that way. Ow. Not where I live. They won't prosecute for it, but it's not technically legal. I mean, they'll prosecute you if they find a lot, which is what still sucks. But if you don't have a little bit, it doesn't really matter, but it's still technically illegal. But that's one of those things that can go on for 100 years, you know? Another 100 years. Yeah, sometimes when you negotiate, you get a little bit of what you want, but not enough. And you think that, you know, it'll be a foothold to get more, but it can be a pigeonhole where they're like, no, you have enough now. You got that. What more do you want? And so they just keep throwing it back in your face that you already got something. And it's like, yeah, but that was supposed to be a step, you know? An increment along a path of a full-blown direction towards something better. But I also do smoke the legal hemp variants because I like the lower THC count, so you get the relaxation without the full-blown head fuzziness, because I have an insanely low tolerance to the THC side. Honestly, if the prices were reasonable and the quality was reasonable, that wouldn't bother me. At least not as much as it being illegal. It would certainly bother me less. Personally, I intend to have a garden soon anyway, and I would love it if I could add something like that to it, because why wouldn't you? You know, it's not like they can track grow operations through the walls anymore. It used to be that grow lights were so bright and used so much power that it wasn't hard to track people down who were doing it. But nowadays with LEDs, they don't use that much power, and well, they're just more efficient, so they don't use a lot of power or generate a lot of heat. So it's like, what are you going to do now? It's up to you, government. Do you want to keep coming up with new ways to catch people growing stupid little plants in their closet, or you maybe just want to call it a day and say, you know, we'll focus on something important like actual drugs What if they did that instead? What a world it would be. You brought missiles, but not point defense. I brought both. What are you going to do now? I mean, if you like being a missile boat, one of the beautiful things is how you get to sit back a little bit and not have to fly around quite so much. But if you don't have point defense, that goes right out the window. You're going to be moving around just as much. It's no good. Where do I need to turn those? Over here? I kind of actually want the loot on those, but it feels really far away. Kind of want to see what's out here. Why are we so heavy? That's better. I guess I need to be collecting and destroying junk. I need to get all the perks. You know, and I think society can move towards a direction where pretty much any of that stuff can be legal and it won't cause the problems that it causes today. And that we can come up with better social solutions. I don't know that our society is in a position to just say, hey, yeah, here, have some legal heroin, at least it's safe. I don't think our world's there yet. We've tried that before. Well, we didn't try it, it was just incidental. You know, you could just go to the doctor and get a bottle of morphine with cocaine in it and, you know, whatever the hell else they decide to drop in because they think it'll take the edge off of. And those doctors knew that stuff was addictive. A lot of times they were selling it because it was addictive, but a lot of them were selling it, but they mixed it with stuff to cut it down. And they added stuff that was supposed to take the edge off so that people wouldn't crash and just immediately want more, you know? Because even in the 1800s, they knew if you got somebody hooked on pure opium, like Edgar Allan Poe, who used to drink this shit in liquid form, no telling how diluted it was, or if it was diluted enough at all, or maybe that's what killed him. But there were people who would just go, they would count on moving fast enough from town to town to not get caught, but some of them legitimately were like, no, I'm trying to actually help people, but so we're going to cut it down, control the dosage, I'm not just going to feed it to you for money. And then just straight up making it illegal was not any kind of a reasonable solution for an addictive substance. It's like, do you not know who people are? Have you never met people before? Like, you can't just say, oh, this is illegal now, it's over. Everybody go home and do something else, because guess who's not going to do something else? Pretty much all of them are not going to do something else. They're just going to have to find somebody who's crazy, weird, sketchy, greedy enough to get it for them anyway, and then try to hide it, which makes them behave pathologically anyway, despite the fact that they're on drugs behaving even more pathologically. And it's like, congratulations, you created a bunch of borderline sociopaths via a route of a chemical that will make them completely sociopathic eventually. Way to go, just making a law and walking away, you brilliant fucks. But nobody talks about it that way because you can't change the past. But if you ignore the past, then it's like, well, what are we doing today that's all that much different, really? Like, okay, some companies have opened up clinics and there's state-funded drug rehab clinics, but that's after the fact. There's the war on drugs, but that's just getting more innocent people killed anyway, when the whole point of fighting against drug addiction was to keep regular innocent people from getting killed. So we're not doing that anymore. So what are we actually doing? There's definitely pockets of that here as well. I often wonder about the statistics on stuff like that. I know where I live, you know, it seems like every other decade we spend half our time battling a meth epidemic, so holy shit. I'm gonna go hide in the Red Skull fleet. I'm in way over my head now. I would be lucky just to do enough damage to this guy to get some credit at this point. And I did. But it was only 600 credits and an approved tractor game. Hoping for a little more. Should I help them take out a station? So these guys are all in a group together trying to get the genocidal perk together. We're all trying to destroy a station. I mean, I normally like it when it's colder, but that might be a little too far. Oh shit. I brought this on. These guys are after me. Because I'm in a syndicate system. This is going to take out the entire pirate battle. Oh no, it took me out. Oh no. I have to go back. That was way too fun. Let's go turn these missions in real quick, and then we're going to go do that again. That was pretty cool. Level 15, I could try for the Phaestus. It kind of fits the bill since it also has that modifier for more powerful enemies. And it would be really difficult going all the way back to a ship that's completely under-equipped again, considering this one's barely functionally equipped. Oh man. It's funny, I really don't know how to play this game on this style. Like, this is really unfamiliar to me. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Just keep cruising around hoping for some loot that I can snag? I don't know. Oh, nice. I was going to be hitting them with the point defense while my main guns cool down anyway. I might as well crank it up to full. And just pulse the main lasers enough to let the point defense cool down, at which point they'll be pretty hot anyway still, even with the pulsing. Oh yeah, look at that. 2319. So I have to make sure not to piss off the Vangie before I get back over there. Alright, off to the station. If I'm only going to use one repair drone bay, then yeah, that's a really good thing to have a high tier of. In fact, if a drone went by, I'd probably save it and make that thing purple. Although, honestly, I'd probably save it for a Mark II. 8%, 8%, 5%. But I actually use these. That would actually be useful to me. No. Still no. And I'll use that. Repair? Come on. Alright. Excellent. There. Just for that little bit of extra range. Because those count on range sometimes. So it's a lot more likely you'll need that last bit of range than you would with a point defense. I think I have everything I need. Now it's just a matter of getting better versions so I can fight tougher ships. And man, I can't wait for the day when I can click on that station and a yellow arrow will pop up on here to point me to whatever gate I need to go to each time I warp. So it'll point me to this gate. But it would have to be able to store that. See, at this time it doesn't even store that you did that. That you clicked on it. So that'll have to happen first. It'll have to be able to store your chosen system. 2015, there it is. The only other one. I may need some more speed soon too. Minus 20C. Good grief. For anybody wondering what that is in Fahrenheit, that's -4 Fahrenheit. So, yeah. Real cold. Oh yeah. Ah! It's gonna be really hard to get stuff and level up when that keeps happening. It's gonna force me into staying in friendly systems. Which makes leveling very slow. Maybe not. I was like, wait, I'm not full yet. What is this? When you are your own flanker. Yeah, I can see how missiles and torpedoes would be really useful for if you're only going solo. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That's exhausting. We don't get a lot of snow this far south, but you don't have to spend too much time driving in it to get how awful it would be. And I did a little construction work back in the day, so I know what driving long hours in large vehicles is like. Happy to be of service. Although I personally won't be sleepy for a while, but that won't stop the drone of my voice from carrying. Ah, nice. That's fun too. And still very exhausting. I spent a little bit of time in North Oklahoma as a kid, and yeah, I was around when adults were working on vehicles in the snow for fun and out of necessity. Somebody breaking down on the side of the road, or just drinking beer staring at an open engine bay, pretending that you're not standing there because the engine's warm. But that you actually just like standing in front of an open engine bay. But I knew what they were doing. They were all huddled around, listening to the sound of the engine, just trying to stay warm. Do it. Hell yeah. Oh no, it didn't work. You got censored. What happened? Let me make sure. Moderation settings. Okay, try it now. Developer in the house. Still no? Ah! Wait a minute. Send it to me in a message. I should be able to open it, and then it'll let me post it. I changed the moderation settings so that it should let links through, but it might take it a minute to update. How's it going, Oz? Alright. I'm playing in panic mode. If you saw from the from Discord earlier, I started out with as much you will often attract more powerful enemies, including hardcore. So 6 stacks is what I counted, unless you get more than one from something. But it looks like, yeah, 6 stacks of it for now. And yeah, it feels like being brand new at the game. Like, it makes it feel like I'm so in over my head that I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Because there's nothing that I'm supposed to be doing. What I'm supposed to be doing is not stacking 6 layers of more powerful enemies. But it makes it feel like I'm playing a game that's just way over my head. It's like being a first-timer again. It's hilarious. Like, this is what warps in after me. Sometimes I can outrun it. Sometimes I can even kind of fight it. But, like, we're in a level 9 system. So they're all 14. 16. 13. There's occasionally not a gold star. And I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with this? I don't have anything with a big enough explosion to hit them all. I don't think this station's strong enough to be much help. We're about to find out. We just have to make sure the station only fights like a couple of them at a time. As little as possible. Even if you can only get one at a time. Damn it, I died. Ah! It's rough, man. This one you have to unlock specially. There's a thing you have to do. Let's see. Yes, I remember. Battleship Raid. You need a perk called Battleship Raid. And to make sure I quote it accurately, I'll go over to the handy-dandy webpage that I have bookmarked on the computer that I have specially set up just for when I play Star Valor, so I can look stuff up while I'm live without destabilizing the stream. Defeat 5 Ravager bosses, your level or higher, using a yacht or shuttle. And you can't use this yacht because you don't have it unlocked yet. Because that's how you unlock it, which is kind of... So, basically the best yacht at that point would be like a Phantom. Maybe a V2, but I think they're pretty similar. I guess it could just look really fast. Phantom is 726.20 on its spaces. 526.24. This one's faster, it's a 12.11. No, this one's faster, it's a 13.11. Huh. Weird. This one's hard points are closer together, but the 5 weaponry. It even has more armor than Children of Terra, and the hit point regeneration, and the energy damage. But this one has the critical chance, which means it can apply to any weapon. It does have that +1 agility. You probably won't use cloaking on a yacht, but it is only 3 points now. So yeah, you probably want this one for the 7 weapon capacity. And then you jump into that mode, or whatever you can get. I don't remember what I used for it. It was probably that. And then you go fight 5 Ravager bosses that are your level or higher. Oh yeah, the wolf. Or a dragon. I always forget about the dragon, it's got 8. I used to be that way about a lot of games though. I would prefer to watch other people play it. One of the bands that I like, Unleash the Archers, one of their guitar players is a huge StarCraft 2 fan. Well, I'm more into the original StarCraft. I wasn't super into StarCraft 2, but it's fun watching him play it because I get that same nostalgia factor without having to actually do anything myself. I always forget the dragon. It's got 8 weapon space and 6 hard points, so you can space it out for a lot of heat dispersion. Or you can just stack it with missiles and do whatever you want. It's crazy. It's a crazy boat. This is tough, Lias. I know there's no reason to rebalance the attract more enemies thing until like literally everything else is pretty much on a set course, but this is insane. They're just marauders. That one's in a frigate. Why? Although sometimes, like, it's one thing when they're in a bond frigate, but when they're in a shark, like an actual combat frigate, it's a little different. It's a lot different. Like, I don't know if I can take this thing out, but I can survive it, right? It's just gonna take so long. Like, I need a civilian station. I don't know if I'll ever be able to catch up with what these are going to end up being. This might help. This is an actual battle station. It's got some guns. There's all those missile dudes. So what you do is try not to die. Swoop them all together by circling them, which kind of clusters them. Then you hope that they fire enough missiles at you that it pisses off the station. That is not happening. So then there's another way to cheese them by just tricking them into shooting at you and then docking. Doesn't always work though, as you can see. There we go. Oh wow. Oh yeah, we're saving that. 2 extra space. Let's see how the ship feels with that equipped. Top speed. Same. Doesn't affect top speed. I'll keep it. Not exactly a big haul, but I have 30,000. I don't need money. I need stuff. Like that. Man. Ooh. It's not better. Yeah. Alright, where's the rest of those marauders? They're just kind of hanging out. This guy's a little clueless too. Now what are you gonna do? Nope. 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 I'm not going to be able to trick that one into shooting the station, but I can try to trick one of the other ones into shooting the station. With his weird ass burst Vulcan. For sitting still, this is incredibly complicated. You can't see him charging it. Maybe if I just keep moving, you'll have a hard time. Yeah, that's a ticket. If he just keeps hitting the station, maybe it'll get bad enough eventually, but I doubt it. But it looks like I'll be able to kill him eventually, at least. Oh, look at that. Where was all that? Huh? What's up with this guy? Is he specifically trying not to shoot the station? Ah! No. Fine. It's such a weird thing to experiment with. Like, it feels like a totally different game at this point. Like, anything that you're used to being able to count on in a situation, it's not the same. Missiles seem tougher. Not faster, though. Like, these guys are my level and I can barely shoot them out. It's not just because the weapons were turned down. Like, this is a slow process. I forgot to lock on. You definitely have to play the game differently. I'll say that much. It'll be nice when I get my hands on some armor. That'll make a big difference. I'm out of drones. Oh man! What? Ridiculous. These guys are insanely strong. And these are just the Reggies. These are just regular dudes. Oh wow, what do we have here? Dorothy. I don't know, what is that worth, like 10 grand? This is like a completely different game at this level. Every objective you try to accomplish has to be done a little bit differently than you're used to. Even just shoving this... Like, you don't just blast the enemies so that you can push the ship in. You have to, like, run circles around them and trick them. And Dorothy received, stored in station. Of course, first we have to take off anything that might be one day useful to us. Although I doubt it. Doesn't look like any of it. And we still get 11,000. Okay. I like the sound of that. Plenty of missiles. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of those. I don't think I need 5 of those. Probably don't need that either. This is a solo run. I have to keep that in mind, so I'll never use those again. Never gonna use those again. I'll keep the purple one because it's fun. Never gonna use those again. Those maybe. But I don't need 3 of those. But then again, what do I need $45,000 for? Like, okay. I'll buy 3 of those. Because the green one... Oh, okay, I guess I'll get 4 of them. So I got 24.6. $28 without the solar reactor. So that frees up another bit of space, which means I can now put a heat sink on. Which raises my heat from 15 to 17.3. It'll help, trust me. It doesn't seem like it helps a lot, but it does. Alright, here we go. Oh, if only. Yes! Turning 38.7. 46. That's as good as what I have now. Which means I should just use it for now. That's an upgraded heatsink. So I still have 1 spot left. 1 space. I don't have any charging weapons, so I don't need the flux. These are both half a space each. Half a space. I probably don't need that many. Look at me, buddy. I do more damage now. You don't care? You will. Trust me. Woohoo! Those can't be the same button. So, what do you use that on? The heatsink? More damage output or drone bay? Save it for a level 2 drone bay? Engines? Generator? I don't know. Wow. Wow, a new fleet. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Holy crap. Where the hell are we? Do I really want to go to a level 27, 28 system? Oh my god. It just... Ah! Oh, balls. There's just so much to worry about. So many things to look at. It's also shiny and destructive. I don't know if I want to just keep fighting a marauder at a time from stations, though. I mean, again, it does feel like a very different game when you do that, but... Oof. The challenge of being on hardcore, it does return good loot. Really? Nice. Ah! Shit. Wow. You need to be able to stay docked without that menu being there because you can't see what's happening when you undock. Like if I'm taking off from being docked at a station, I'm watching where I'm going. You can't do that here. But it's just like, that's one of those things that's not really that big of a deal. For 99% of the players, 99% of the time, it's really not that big of an issue. But then, like, when you depend on the stations to survive, all of a sudden it becomes important to, you think, oh shit, I can't really see where I'm going when I take off. That's not good. Suddenly becomes very survival critical. I was thinking that because with more powerful enemies, it's like the opposite of this, right? They're more likely to be aggressive towards you even if they're lower level than you, right? think I took out all the Marauders here. Let's find out. Although, I should see if I can get that warp drive going. I don't think I have enough battery power for it. Oh yeah, one of my rules on this playthrough is no fleet and nothing bigger than this lace wing. So it's a lot of compounded challenges. So anytime I complain about anything on this playthrough, does not reflect the game itself in it. Just about any way, shape, or form. Because not only is this not typical gameplay, but this is not the way... It won't necessarily be this way in the final form anyways, so this is all just kind of for fun. Just to see what you can do with the current system. Yeah, 7 parsecs. That might be a little bit useful. The handicap's going to be pretty dramatic, but not to mention getting up to that much battery power. I'll have to use energy cells since I have all this flippin' money. Okay. 5 energy cells, huh? Good to go. Easy peasy. Haha. You wanted to shoot me. Just keep screwing around with this poor little point defense laser. I won't switch targets to this guy. That's what keeps it interesting. I can play the main gameplay all day long, but if I'm gonna play and play for the greatest challenge possible, I'm gonna try to go as overboard as I can. If I have to dial it back later because there's just literally nothing to do at all, then we'll see what happens. But I kind of like it. Especially that fast warp recharge with the low battery requirement. That's pretty nice. Bye now. There was only one pirate hideout here and I cleared it. Damn it. Well, where's an actual pirate system? Red Skull, there we go. I do need to clear those guys up. Oh, and also I'm fighting everyone because it seems that I won't have to worry about getting Marauder because every miner and trader that I come across attacks me immediately. So there's that. So I'm not getting any Oh, I'm going to. Absolutely going to. Oh, finally, somebody bought that. Dang. How much am I getting out of that? 120. So if I don't have a 120 battery, it's kind of pointless. I need to put my shields back on, that's for sure. I might as well use battery instead of generator for that, but I just have to make sure I have enough for boosting, which is a double. Is there not a green speed booster? I don't know, is that worthwhile? I was having 12 per second. Might as well just have the... Oh well. I guess sometimes you just waste them. No choice. Alright, I get a date with a charging laser station. I've already tried 2 different tactics on it that didn't work. But there's a reason I've been ignoring the pirate reputation for a while. Oh, right. I have to kill one of these guys first. Then it'll let me target the station, which I can then press F and actually fight the station. Uh, 13 plus 3. So, not a lot of bonuses there yet. It's hard to fight stuff that's over your level, because the second you get into a higher level enemy sector, almost immediately they send a hunter fleet. So even just killing enemies higher than your level is really difficult. Even the regular ones. Plus it's hardcore, so everything's tougher anyway. Like, I know I have temperate, but is that supposed to be affecting this? I didn't think pirate stations were affected by temperate. And I've fought this station before. It definitely fires back. It has charging lasers. Hey, this save would be really tiny if you want it. I'll just spin so it's like, it feels like something's happening. Alright, we're almost there. Awesome. Phew. I forgot to anticipate the amount of loot I would get from that. Okay. Nothing super awesome. But it neutralized us with the pirates, which is what I wanted. We'll be enemies with them soon enough. I guess I have to fight the Technomancers if I'm going to call it a fight everybody. It won't. It's so hard to get Marauder now, the Marauder perk. And that's because they're all aggroing me first though, right? No, it's because you get Marauder perk if you kill miners and traders too, but miners and traders I'm not getting points towards Marauder perk even when I massacre a bunch of them because they always aggro me first before I get a chance to attack them. Because I have genocidal trader, etc. Cannot reach, hated. Like... So as long as I don't kill civilians, I'll always have a friendly port to go to. I just have to make enemies with all the... I just have to avoid killing civilians and just kill everybody else. And at that point, I just have to make sure when I kill everybody else that I do it in a balanced enough way that... I mean, damage resistance and repair cost. Who am I to complain? The problem with the Marauder hideouts is if you leave them alive, there's a good chance that somebody else will just destroy them. And you won't even get any points for that. Uh-oh. But I'm sure not going to get much loot out of this, and at this level, money doesn't equal loot. I mean, I can try to get it, see what happens, but they're going to be my only friendly faction. I'm basically going to be fighting my way towards hated with everybody. Just not easy to do. Nice. Like, they sell junk here. I should probably be doing more of that, but I don't even have the perk for it yet, so I'm still trying to get that. Alright, so I just need to put on my warp drive and get the heck out of here. I'll keep that on. Probably replace that with a charger. I feel like that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Okay, the shuttle's the bigger threat here. That poor merchant. I can't believe I gotta work with the Vangie, but this guy's going down. Oh, the moral quandaries we do push on these poor little ships. Good night. Cool. I guess. The nice thing is that not every negative reputation is going to come with a positive reputation. When I kill a pirate, I'm not going to get in better standing with... Well, I guess it will still adjust it a little bit, just not past that. Shouldn't be too hard though. You always get more negative reputation than positive, so if you just go around killing everybody enough, then eventually everyone will hate you. Quite natural how it works out that way. Okay, level 13 to 15. Woo! It's gonna be hard to get the Vangie to fight these guys, but it's not impossible. This merchant's certainly gonna be an easy dupe. The hard part is gonna be hitting them fast enough. Alright, which one of these marauders has all the missiles? That guy? He's not going to do enough damage to piss off the station, though. Hey bro, why do your missiles suck so bad? Just blending in with the marauders like I'm one of them. There's my dupe. Damn it! That was him, though. What? Holy shit. I swear I saved it since then. At the Vangi spots. That's crazy. Let's just fucking do it now then. Alright, honestly, I think I've had as much of this as I can take. It really is, it's exhausting. It's such a different... Oh, everything feels very different doing that. I would suggest trying it just for the sake of the experience, but I'm one of those people that drinks alcohol that tastes terrible just because the buzz is nice and different than anything else. So... like grappa. There's this stuff, grappa Julia, special, extra special grappa. So if you ever had grappa, which is like basically, it's like instead of making wine, you just make moonshine out of it. Out of pretty much the same stuff, fruit and grapes and grapevines. They call it grape mash, I guess, the mash that's left over from it. But grappa Julia is a particularly disgusting flavor, but it's particularly strong, and the concentration of it makes for an even more different experience than just normal grappa. And let's just say it's not dessert brandy. But this other bottle that I have that's from Palestine, it's Golden Arak, A-R-A-K is usually how it's spelled, but not always, which is kind of just, a lot of the countries in that region use that term Arak as just whatever their local moonshine is. And a lot of people are surprised. They're like, wait, Palestine has moonshine? And it's like, well, it's 50% alcohol, it's 100 proof. It's not like, you know, Kentucky moonshine, or what's that crap called, Everclear? Ooh, woo. Do not shoot Everclear. It will suck the moisture out of your face in all the most painful ways. It is not an experience, but it's fun to mix when quantity is an issue. So, having had a nice, decent lunch before I jumped on today, I decided I may actually want to indulge in a little bit of this stuff. We'll see what happens. I've had a lot of caffeine today, so it may not be the best idea to just be drinking straight liquor, but bottoms up. Haha, that is tight. Oh god. Woo. Clears you right up. I feel like that cat right there is a cross between a facepalm and a salute. The F7. I like that one, it's funny. Because it works. It's like facepalm and salute at the same time. I know that feeling. Wait. Improvement slight. Do I want to make some room for that? Probably not. There's really nothing I want to get rid of. Well, I'll store those. It'd be funny. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I have to. I can't not. It's too funny. It's just gonna happen. When Nova talks about the R-type games and all that, it always makes me nostalgic for a lot of the early games that I played that were like that. Some of my favorite abilities were the little, I think it was an R-type game. They called it Option, like one of the really old ones, or Officer. They called them officers or something. But it was like these little orbs that would spin around you. They would absorb damage and shoot a little bit. I think there were different levels that would do different amounts. And so I always thought it would be funny, like, what if you take a ship, regardless of its weaponry, just leave it on repair, but, like, get a ship that has, that's smaller than yours, that you can carry a few of them, but with a turret. So, like, when you have a Titan, like a Rising Sun, that can carry a Corvette around, you get a couple of the Beetles, you put repair beams on them and nothing else, and you just have them swirl around you with heavy shielding and shield absorbers, but you can put more on them because you're not putting extra generators or cooling on for weaponry. You're just putting on repair beams. And so you can add absorption and shield and recharge and just have them swirl around and soak up damage, and they'll just automatically dock and redeploy every once in a while. And I was like, why not just do that? Because nobody will shoot at them directly necessarily. I mean, they might try to, but they're going to stay next to you and just dock again, and just use them as an extra layer of shielding, as a soak, damage absorption. I always thought that would be really funny. So I'm gonna screw around and do that. I'm not even gonna give it a repair drone bay because it'll be docking. I'm just gonna give it shield charging. But that's all I can put on it. And now it's got +2 power, which is all it needs. Because it's going to lose a little bit of power, I think. Let's go ahead and give it, just in case. Just to say we didn't, like, forget anything. The only thing I need is... It might be good to have somebody high level in there. Because I have the other one of these to put repair beams on and do that whole bit, to have 2 of them. But I have to go get it and set it up. And I kind of just want to screw around for a minute with this and see what happens. I mean, he's level 50. We're going to give it every chance to survive. $86 shielding, 35. John's like, why? Why do you want me dead? He's very concerned that I specifically want him to die right now. Because I could do 8. I could get like Pegasus or something, like 8 Pegasus, and just have them all swarming around me. If I could set that to 0, but like specific to each ship, give each ship a different range, that'd be cool. Just have a bunch of the shuttles hugging onto the flagship. Oh, the Dominance, yeah. Yeah, that is an expensive boat for sure. I mean, forget about the upfront cost, but, you know, unless you have enough gear to put on it already, you're looking at, well, I usually suggest that people have 30 to 50%, depending on how good their current gear is, if they have access to the large, especially if you're jumping up a ship size. Like, if you're getting into your first Corvette, like, okay, do you have access to large generators, or are you going to be using a bunch of small ones? Makes a big difference. I don't even like most Corvettes on large nuclear reactors. Like, it's almost not even worth it until you have at least one fusion reactor. Otherwise, you're committing so much space to the wrong things. Oh, nice. So yeah, save up like an extra 100,000 past the sale price, or what you can do is just buy the thing, try to set it up the best you can, see what it feels like, and if need be, you just strip it back down, park it, put everything back on the ship before, and then you'll know exactly what you need to go save up your money and spend it on to finish the ship. But if you're insistent on buying the ship and getting into it immediately no matter what, I would say have an extra 100k on hand just to make sure. But of course, if you're buying a Dominance, I guess it really depends on if you're selling a ship too, because you'll get 100k for the average cruiser, but if you're keeping the cruiser, then you might want to have that 100k on hand just to have it. But you don't have to play it safe. I mean, again, if you're willing to admit a mistake in the moment, then you can just say, you know what, I'll just park it, and now I know what I need to get, so I'll just go get it with my previous ship, and we'll do it when we can do it. Personally, I get a little impatient, so I like to have the money on hand when I make the purchase. Poor Johnny. Poor Johnny. Every jump is a small heart attack for him. Oh, hell yeah. If you got large ion reactors, then you probably have enough to just get a Dominance and not worry about it. You said you had a decent fleet outside of that, so obviously you've been able to make use of them. Oh, and he's way faster than the other ship, too. How long is it going to take John to just get demolished? He's out there doing stuff. So what I imagine in the future will be the ability to have John basically go collect loot and then dock. And stay docked until there's another piece of loot to collect, and then he'll go get that, and then bring it back and dock. Or you can have it done manually. So like how there's going to be a mine option here soon, so repair, fight, or mine. I think it'd be cool if there was another option beyond that for collect. Oh yeah, that gets tough. So what I normally do for that is I will outfit them with different weaponry, so that's how I'll classify them in my mind. Like on my other save with the Achilles, I have one that's primary weapon is a plasma cannon, one that's primary weapon is a laser cannon, and one that's primary weapon is a laser beam. And so I'll always know which one's which, as far as how I need to set them up just based on the weaponry. And even if it's just a spinal gun, or one weapon, like, you make them identical in every way, but like, you know, except for on a specific turret that's the same turret, on each ship it's a different weapon, and that just kind of helps you. Yeah, well then you nickname your pilot after the weapon for the ship that they command. Trick the system. Or not pilot, the commander, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you have to cycle through it, and then you have to know which one. It's going to be at the bottom, so One thing to remember is when you switch out of a ship, that ship is put at the bottom of the list. Right? I'm pretty sure it automatically puts it at the bottom of the list. I'll check on that. That's worth checking on. And it's easy to check because all I have to do is buy a bunch of cheap ships. See, now the Achilles is at the bottom of the list. Now the Squire is because that's what I was in. I'll take the Hercules, so it'll put the Magellan at the bottom of the list. So if I want Magellan, then I just switch to it. If I have 10 Magellans and I want this one, then I switch to it. Check what it's got on it, whatever tag you choose to identify it by, and then you just switch to the next ship that you want to work on, and then that particular Magellan's at the bottom. You click Add to Fleet, and you choose the pilot from the list whose name references whatever is unique about that Magellan that you use to identify it. And let's see here. Yeah, set nickname Magell Fast. Boom. Yep. And then I just hit F9 and I have all that money back. Nice. Oh wow, this is a nice little sector. We have 2 civilian stations, I wonder what's down here, that they're all up here. I don't have probing yet for hostile sectors. I'll be able to get that soon, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to. I used to never get that or that. Like, I completely ignored them. I'm like, what? I'm going to explore every system anyway. What do I want those for? And then I started playing Children of Terra saves, and I was like, oh, that makes sense now. Or if you're Vang Yi, if you play them as Indoctrinated, you'll want that one because Children of Terra stations are so rare that you'll want to know the second you warp into a system if it's there without having to scan, especially when it's a nebula probably. And same with your Children of Terra, the Vang Yi love nebulas. They're not afraid of building there at all. I feel like one day a Vang Yi scanner is going to be like 90% efficient in a nebula. Or at least more. Because they seem to have a fondness for those kinds of systems. Alright, so let's see if this guy has anything unique for sale. Oh. Okay. 52. Okay, well those will be good for the other ships. Alright. Really don't have anything good in the small range. Why not? Why not? One day that might be exactly what I want. Hell yeah. No, I don't think I need that. Now that is a combat ship. I always think it's strange. I'm like, they have such a potent Corvette, but then they have one that's more of their style Corvette. With the miners, they only have the one Corvette, but it's like, it definitely has better cargo space than the Guardian, and the attack is pretty much on par, but it's like they don't have that low-end freighter style. They just have the mid-range. And it makes you wonder, were the miners more exploration-oriented than the traders in the early days? They had the option for something that wasn't so great at defending itself. Like, sounds like they're playing it safe. But then again, that Corvette Beetle from the Syndicate, it's certainly no pushover. I mean, I used to fly it pretty combat heavy. It's got good equipment. And I used to pick it over the Guardian because I didn't like how often I had to return to base to dump my cargo in the Guardian. But eventually you just focus on making the ship as fast as possible, and it kind of makes up for it. It helps. Whew. Nope, nothing really great. Okay. Let's check your crew. I'm gonna have to stay on that one. Specialized Navigator, pretty sure that's Gene, yep. Nope, nothing there. Hey, Tim. Thought we talked about this. It's nice. It gives it range. It gives it a feeling of being a little more independent, whereas the Guardian, you feel kind of society bound. Oop, what do we got? Carl Sanders. Specialized tactician. But didn't I fire somebody just like that recently? Why would they give me another one? Nice. Alright. Oh, who's that? You got one Marauder? Oh, man. This is what warps onto me instead. As opposed to what I was dealing with in the game before, this feels like casual. It's kind of nice. I might have to get into something a little more action-oriented later. Like Ravager hunting with my 4-pack of Achilles. Or maybe I'll just make my 4-pack here. Hey Carly, you want to join the party? You got left behind again? Where? No way. That's hilarious. Why? Why would you do that? I cannot. Nope. Max weapon heat. Not white grade though. Specialized Vulcan damage, damn it. Plasma damage. But you're level 40 and you're only green. Boy, when you're picky about crew, you're really picky about crew. End up going to 739 when we come back, which is one of those. Oh cool, that'll be exciting. So I gotta warp back out, pick up Leah. John's still alive, but nothing's really happened. At least it's a damage bonus, though. So is that. Oh, but they're specialized. You're balanced. Wow. Alright, let's go back. We're going to pick up Leo. I give John a warp drive? Huh. He's just been warping on me? I don't know. Yeah, I do like some Ravager hunting. I may just do it on this one, if we get into it soon enough. I just need to I need to get some cash together and find some more Achilles. And my other save, Ravager hunting, is like, it's almost too easy now. If I do it on this one, it'll bring back some of the challenge of it. Some fresh gear. Although this super weapon's already pretty good. Nice. Yes, I already like my chances. They will fare quite well against them. Ooh, look at them. And the Davies. Specialized supervisor. Well, Lance. 11% mining speed. You rascal. Get out of here. Why is it shooting at me? I didn't do anything. Alright. Why don't you guys take out that one? That would have been... Okay, will you take out that one? And I'll take out the other one. Did he get it? No. Doing it all wrong, buddy. Let me show you how. He's like, yep, that's it. That is the way. Alright. Yeah, you ready? Why not? See? No reputation. Why did I go for this one first? Because it's leaving. Ah, now it's that one first because it's repairing. Excellent. Somebody killed this guy already. Oh, that's not working either. Not bad, not bad. I'm kind of mentally ready that I just want to get into an armor build already. But I need a couple more ancient relics to buff up the Vangi heavy armor. I think I can pull it off after that. I think it'll be better. Well, I'll definitely have a higher damage resistance. It'll also have a much higher hull repair. Just slice right through him. That guy tried to sneak away like, I bet he was whistling. Trying to play it casual. Maybe if I just casually stroll on by, he won't shoot me. Wrong. Incorrect. Your answer is invalid. Can't just let pirates walk away. Sorry, Goku. You know, it's one of my favorites. It's one of the best balanced armors in the game. Well, both of theirs are. I'm using the light armor right now. It's pretty ridiculous. You don't get a lot of hit points out of it, but it doesn't weigh anything. It's just whatever your base weight is. It doesn't add or take away. Between the two Vang Yi types and the Terran armor, it's just, at that point, it's just a matter of preference. Like, any one of those is just as good as the others, I think. Wow, I'm getting a lot of... I have logistics, right? I am Rebel. Children of Terra. Allied. Okay. Logistics. I'm looking at all these dark sectors. I'm not finding any. At least I'm making some money along the way, but I'd at least like to know where they are. Now, one of the upsides is with these two ships, I can actually do okay, give or take, in some of the higher level systems because I have two escorts. I kind of have like very minimal gear to be able to outfit another cruiser. I don't know how great it's going to be, though. I mean, it'll have large ion reactors. They'll all be white grade, but they'll be large ion reactors. And heavy shield generator Mark II. And level 3 Mark III shield rechargers and high tier gyros. It's just not going to be high tier quality. It's just high level stuff. So it might be enough to power an Achilles that can contribute without... I mean, Tim's really going to be the star of the show no matter what. That's going to be inevitable. You're going to shoot more? Just before he died, I sent him the translated entry in the Universal Dictionary for futility. Just because I thought it might do him some good in that last second of his life. Hey! Alright, not bad. Like dogs sniffing each other's butts over here. So that's... I can do math. 33.6. That's 50. So if I take those two out and put that in, that's more power, right? 91, yeah. Wait. Oh, but that's... Okay. That's even more. Without having to use a solar reactor. If I had a blue solar reactor, it would be worth using that with the other Vang Yi, but no. Yeah. Use that super weapon, you crazy bastard. You made my friend warp away. They're not dead. Use the overload beam. Charge the planet killer. So yeah, I would say armor is probably one of the better choices to upgrade, as long as your ship doesn't feel too imbalanced otherwise. But if your ship's pretty balanced and you're just looking for a thing that's an all-around great thing, yeah, armor could be the thing. Now, Vengi light armor doesn't change weight by its quality tier. Nice. 109 efficiency, scanner power plus 60. Every time that goes up, the ring here jumps out a little bit. Oh yeah, you want to take a look? 3% crew efficiency while not owning a fleet. Can only learn one skill and will focus on one bonus effect. Gets +1 to max skill level and bonus effect. So that one landed on Navigator scanner power. It's pretty much all that one's ever gonna do. That's not bad though. That's a good crew person. And I started with them. I wonder if I could find another one. Is Lio still here? Call the developer! No, I don't think so. I don't think I'll find another gene, but... they're rare. I've probably put in like 100 hours since they were added, and I've just found the two. No! Do I look like I need help? Come on. If I'm fighting the station, then you can fight the station. And even then, probably not, because I'm probably just screwing with it. Hey, what's up? So, I started with Jean-Philippe. Is it possible that one of them might pop up again? Since I started with them? Ah. Fix. It's okay, that's another thing that people are good. You'll have to anticipate people doing when, if you do modding, is people are going to add something for cloning your crew. So I can give. They would stack. Well, that could be a problem. I found the derelict Mercury, so I just shoved somebody in it with a bunch of shielding and kicked it out of the airlock. I'm pretty sure I carried that ship off the docking ramp in a spacesuit with my bare hands. Yeah, that's the thing I've been... Well, it's 3. Oh, but if you had 2 of them, yeah. Okay. But yeah, that's the trait that I've been focusing on lately is that. Oh shit, they're trying to take Carla out with Vulcan. Nice. Yeah, get on those damn repairs, would ya? That would be ridiculous. Especially on like a dreadnought, but even on a battle cruiser or probably even a corvette. Oh man, time for another wee sip. Excellent. Oh, that's 6:33. No, we want 10:33. Well, fine. We'll just cut this strip out real quick and then we'll warp there. No big deal. No, you want to fight point defense? You can fight it. You can come up on the side. No, you wanted to sneak up on my side. You thought that was gonna work. Why not stick with your plan? Yeah, 6%. Wow. like just a 3%, you know? It doesn't seem like it would be a lot, but it's like, that's giving me 12 power right now, which when you only have 114 available, and you're pretty much using a lot of it, your battery's not massive. That's the one from earlier? Have I been in the same system that long? No, can't be. Where did that guy come from? Woo! Hey, Tim. I don't have your insane powers, Tim. Okay? If I warp out of here, everything resets, not just me. Oh. There went my repair ship. Okay, we'll keep those two little ding-dongs docked for now. We're gonna get into some combat like that. Alright, let's get it going. I didn't even use my super weapon on those guys. Now we're gonna unleash hell, because this is gonna be fun. I don't know, I really like having those rapid PD lasers on the sides. I don't know if it's more effective than a laser beam, but or even two laser beams, but it's more fun having that mix of bullet weapon, heavy laser beams, and a super weapon. It gives it that more complete feeling. Like when I run around with a fleet of 4 of them, it doesn't so much feel like we're a flight wing, you know? It just feels like 4 bastards out together on that just happen to be on a rampage in the same place. Yep. You're correct. That was the right move. There's definitely a slight sense of wishing that I could put ultra lasers on these two. Just for shits and giggles. If we ever get to modify ships, I hope that's something we can modify, is adding a point or two to a turret. Separately from your max weapon capacity, so it's just like, you know, you're just making it unbalanced at that point, but maybe you want it unbalanced for a specific reason. For me, it would be ultra lasers. Or something customized therein. I might be able to make something better than an ultra laser that fits in a 4-point. And then I'll just make the other one a 4-point solid. Uh-oh. Shit. Let's just run away. If you start moving away erratically enough, they'll have a hard time tracking you. And they may not fire their weapon at all. I just made the grave error of stopping right in front of a spinal weapon. Not a good place to park. Alright, we've got another station here. Not seeing much in the way of a fleet though. Level 39 system, we're matched. I do have renown. Oh, they just showed up. Damn it. That's alright. I'm going to save it right here and warp to a higher level system. No big deal. We're just gonna kill something bigger. Bigger fleet, bigger boats. It's gonna be good. Alright. Well, that doesn't really matter. So go in here. Awesome. Population's low, that's not so awesome, but at least there's a good cluster of starting ships to help kick it off. Ooh. Thank you. Yep. See, laser beams. One thing I like about beams is they don't suffer the effects of slowly moving away. If you're slowly getting farther away from the enemy ship... What? You're already out? No. That can't be. Crap, now their fleet's here. That's not a very big fleet. I guess Carla's gonna be okay. Do what now? Uh-oh. Oh, that was the docking thing again. No big deal. Already noted. Already been noted. Alright, let's grab this stuff. Ooh. I missed it. So many little rocks everywhere. There we go. Let's just get rid of that. Definitely scrap those. Don't need to. Those at all. That can be fun later. Alright. Oh, yeah, that too. Jeez. Good lord, this stuff is strong. Whew. Just a couple swigs of that, you definitely feel it. Do I have? Yes, I do. But it's still a good experience. I sure hope they send some more ships after us. They're over there trying to fight a station again. What up? What's fixed? Oh. You made the exception for if you start with a crew, they won't pop back up in the game. That means I could still find a second gene. I can't turn it off until I find a second gene. I have to keep playing. Ah. Oh, nice. That was still quick. Relic. Alright, I'm up to 1. They really gotta send a fleet after me soon here. When I get attacked by groups of pirates and I'm still waiting for the Vangi Hunter fleet to show up, 1 is just not enough. I'm so ready for it. Cool. What's up to? 29. Ooh, that's significant. I don't remember what it is. I think it's the engines. I just remember that tech level 29 was something important. Oh, Tim. I was gonna go after the little ship while you guys took care of the big one, but... Well, we'll put new engines on yours too, because I'm pretty sure I've got 2 sets of it still. Hell yeah. The last edition on the devlog. Oh yeah, the co-pilot for the Vangi ships. Good call. I like that. Those aren't that great anymore. Oh, that's the one. Woo! So, acceleration 12.2, 62.2. That went up by 1.2. That went up by 4.1. Respectable. It's going to cost 16 more power though. So, there's that. But, we do need to come up with some power somewhere, though. I suppose the large ion reactor would be the best place to put it. I was really hoping to be able to put some into that Vangi armor, the heavy. But I suppose we'll just have to wait on that, because we do need power. And I want those engines. I don't want to sacrifice for that. I don't have to do. I mean, I'm only running 60 recharge. I'm like really, really light here. I've been considering taking one of these off for a 5-point heavy. I don't think I really have a good one. Nope, just the white. Well, let's see, 60 and 1200. 54 and 974. Wow. That's a lot for just 2 space. But it already reduces the... because these are both doubled, so 28 down to 20. So that's freed up 8 energy. And gives me room to put on... That's 52. I don't feel like doing math. 118.8. Blame it on the booze. 122. Okay, so we're pretty close to where we were before. I think I have enough of those, but maybe we'll keep them anyway. That's better. I might regret this decision, but honestly, I really hope it works out. Alright. Let's try to scare us up a fleet now. Ooh. That one's gone. Got that one. Oh, we're gonna get you. There's another one. don't mind me. Oh, there they are. It's like, I guess I'll hit a ship graveyard or something. What is this? Guess I'll take that. Nice. And that's how you get 2 repair ships to stop. But once there's only one of them, the chase is back on. Hopefully by then your special weapon will have recharged. Damn it, he's just sitting there. No! Oh god. You bastard. Just have to wait to try to get him in the next fleet. Let some flux charge up. I'm not gonna shoot at him again. Damn, that would have been good though. Oh, nice. Okay, I see what they did over there. There he is. Damn it. So do we need to go to an even higher level system, or... Is this what they want? What is that? A hauler! I don't think I can pick that up. Those are not tiny. Bring it on, bitches. I'm not here to fight stations, Carla. Nice. Oh man, I'm so excited for the Vangi Dreadnoughts and the Children of Terra, but also the ones to fight against. Nice, that's gonna help a lot towards my armor build. I'll take that as a sign that we should just go ahead and do it. I concur. As soon as we find somewhere that's not insanely hostile. That is not connected. That comes from up there, so we need to go 1536. Hey, Tim, will you go cover Carla? She's only going to be in over her head out here. And it's still taking you down. Thought you could run. You guys having fun? Yeah, that looks fun. Nice, upgraded version of that heavy armor. And a nice missile launcher. My gunners are high enough level now, they do a lot better at shooting. I've been training them, so I can entrust it to them. I just have to make sure that I don't get my fleet in between me and the enemy unless I want them to. But my guys, ooh, wow. Okay. Both of those are just like, surprise. Ardonian armor. Oh, you're right, I need to go get this stuff. For once, you being in the way was the correct thing. Peacemaker. There it is. Both not bad. Probably not what I want at this stage of the game, necessarily, but not bad. I could have swore I went through the correct gate. There you go. Oh no, don't fight the station. Should have known. Let's just warp here. Hey! Thought I was going to have to warp out because Carla hadn't reset her emergency warp out yet. But I managed to pull it off. Just barely. This guy really wants to go. Alright, now these systems tend to have... Oh, yes. 52. Yep. Slightly less repairs, but already 4.5 more damage resistance. I'll take it. We'll just upgrade it again. Oh, I can upgrade it again. No? Oh, I spent that on the... That's right, I spent that on a generator. Oh well. There'll be another one soon. What do you got, Olivia? Oh, balanced. Supervisor gunner. Okay. There's usually a lot of escape pods in a Ravager Dart system, but this one's pretty small, so maybe not. Oh yeah, let me know when you deploy that. And we'll test it. Be a good thing to look into while we're out here. Oh, did I save it over there? just rocks and ore. So what did you think about my idea for reputation? Because if you wanted to put on some test numbers for that, I'd be down to test it. I mean, I'd still have to find it, but... Nice. Yeah, I need a friendly station here. I just got out of range of them. Let's see. Oh, miners. Yeah, let's go there. I just hadn't officially found the station. Awesome. Ooh, man. Yeah, that stuff is hitting me pretty good. I hope I don't regret this. Sometimes I get a little goofy if I drink a little too much. I have a hard time playing the game. But this stuff, I'm barely sipping it, so it shouldn't be a problem. I hope. Ooh, scrap. Indeed, scrap. Nope. Do I already have a blue one? Yep. Although... I do need to put that Vengi shield generator on one of my guys. I'll wait to do that though. Oh, look at that. Scrap. Save. Nice. Store. Scrap. Whoa, I didn't mean to sell the refinery. Gee whiz. You gotta keep those for when you get strong enough weapons to mine the asteroid rushes. You're inevitably gonna pick up a bunch of ore, and you can either manually destroy it all, or you can just accept the fact that you don't need as much shielding and just slap a bunch of those on there and fire them all up at once. Just don't forget to count up the energy and equip the generators needed for it. Because that'll stack up on you pretty quick. And the nice thing about doing an armor build also, another byproduct of it, is that you will probably have better gear for an expanding fleet. 137 and 2 space. Oh yeah, we're definitely taking that. Oh, we have the perfect amount of space for it anyway. Cool. So before we had 5101, 6119, so we just got 1,000 extra armor there instead of about as much in shielding. Save. Level 52. You guys ready for the big leagues? Because this is gonna get shitty. And I'm gonna go ahead and warp out and save again. Kidding. There'll be plenty of those along the way. Primary repair is already 95. Excellent. One of the only ways I know to taunt the food. There they are. Every time. Oh, there you go. Muzzle flash. Nice, a shield charger. Since we see how much you love these. Cool. We'll definitely check it out. Is it possible to get gunners to shoot through friendly ships to hit enemies? When, you know, when friendly fire is set appropriately. Not me, Leah. There you go. Nice. I can only imagine how tricky that would be, though. It sounds like a lot of different exceptions. Why? I was pressing H. Why wouldn't they disengage? That I definitely saw. Oh, I hope so. Yes. Absolutely. That's gonna that gives when you do that, you're probably gonna have to scale Hunter Fleet growth down a little bit. Because that's one of their right now their primary tactic that succeeds is when they surround you. But eventually they get big enough that they can surround you with 10 layers, and sometimes those layers have Titans with Doom Cannons, or, you know, whatever the Vengi Dreadnought's going to be, the V6. Or will it be a W6, because it's like 2 ships in one, even for a Dreadnought? Note to self, stay the heck away from that station. Wow, this is kind of a wimpy fleet. Nice. Or, you know, Juggernauts, cruisers with ultra lasers. I guess they're V5s now. Those being able to shoot their super weapons around each other, that's gonna get rough. Like, there's no amount of armor in the game that's gonna make that a pleasant experience. Like, even if you had an impenetrable hull, your ship's still going to get pushed around and moved around by it. You could feel completely invincible and still be terrified. Legitimately. Forget about, you know, Dreadnought spinal mounts. I feel like that's the question everyone's afraid to ask, because I brought it up a couple times, and nobody really... Like, either they just assume it's going to be double and they don't care, or they just don't want to think about it. what a dreadnought spinal cannon, spinal mount is going to be like. Personally, I'm just like, yeah, it's probably double, but it also probably has some other extra trait to it that makes it a little bit more than just double. But there's, you know, maybe the cooldown time is longer than double. Who knows? I have no idea. They could all change. Hell, some crazy guy on the other side might come up with a way to just make spinal mounts that you can strap to anything. They're just not great. No, probably like 30 to 60, somewhere around 30 to 60% would probably be just fine. I mean, of course, it really depends on what you intend to do with opponents and things like that, but, I mean, yeah, I'll always be around to check the scaling, right? At least for one little part of the spectrum. I was thinking about that earlier. It was like, you know, when I first started playing this game, there wasn't, like, as far as being a solo ship flying around as a lone wolf, yeah, that was kind of, there's been a lot of stuff added since then, but a lot of it's been the fleet mechanics that have gotten more complex more than anything. But also the hunter fleets themselves, you know. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a first-time player coming into this. So I get why some people get a little overwhelmed, but it's like, hey, you know what? There's a built-in tutorial, and then there's an entire community, and the game is still in progress, so you don't write a hard guide on how to play a game that's not done yet. We got lots of guides in Steam, though, that answer a lot of the questions that people seem frustrated by, and I'm like, it's in the guide. Read the guide section. Or a pin post maybe once. Any of the pin posts. They help, I swear. They really do. For any game. Almost every game does that. So I'm always just like, why? Why don't people see that? Nah, screw it. You guys already missed it. But it's okay. You just keep reminding people, and the more people you tell, the more people they can tell. You just have to keep it. Just keep telling people. Make sure you keep telling people that the information's out there. Like, well, if you don't like Discord and you're patient enough to wait for a response on Steam, then you're probably going to get one. There's no telling how long it'll take, but, you know, probably longer than Discord. Lateral thruster, Mark IV. Those aren't scrappable anymore. That is. But yeah, there is a lot to take in. When you first get into the game, it's like, here's your boat, here's a gateway, here's a station. That guy wants to kill you, and you're like, fuck. And it's funny because you start out next to a gate, but the last thing you want to do is run through that gate from an enemy, because there's a good chance it's going to be an enemy system that's a lot stronger. With 2 gate guards on the other side just waiting for somebody to run through like that. Personally, I don't see anything wrong with it. Everything about the tone of the game says, you know, this is not a save scum game, but you're going to die. It's gonna happen. You're gonna die. Just don't anticipate that you're gonna learn everything about this game from a tutorial ahead of time that's gonna teach you the one way to play it, because it doesn't exist. There's a million ways to play, and the best way to learn is on your own, with your own experience, to see what fits best for you, without the influence of other people's biases and opinions. Just like it. Oh, sorry, Tim. I blocked you. My bad. Not like you haven't done that to me a million times, but I can shoot right through you. But again, I was the kind that, like, I did that with Elite Dangerous. I went in blind. They're like, here's the manual on how to play this game. I was like, cool. Next. Immediately. And they're like, we have to go through this tutorial. I was like, oh man. I was like, can I turn off the subtitles and mute it? And just try to figure out what they want me to do on my own? You can. It takes a long time. But you can absolutely do the Elite Dangerous tutorial completely blind. It's going to be a lot of trial and error, trying to figure out what exactly they want you to do on a couple of them. Some of them it's straightforward, kill that thing, fly over to this beacon, shit like that. But not all of it. And people are like, well, that's crazy. Why would you do that? And I was like, well, it was fun when I was doing it. If it wasn't fun, I probably wouldn't have kept doing it. I would have just done whatever I needed to do to get through to the next part, hoping that that would be fun. So, you know, it was fun doing it that way until it was completed, so it just ended up being how I did it. But, what if I didn't like the rest of the game after that? What if that was the only fun part and the rest of the game sucked to me? Well, shit. Did I get my money's worth? I didn't pay full price for that game. I kind of wish I did now, because I definitely like it. I would say that I got my money's worth of the full price of that game. This one too, obviously. 1,400 hours. I haven't played that much Elite Dangerous, but I'm not good at that game. I'm not, like, really, really good at it. I get how it works, I get what they want you to do. I haven't played any of the storyline on it, because I went in blind to try to figure it out myself, so I'm like, well, the storyline's going to punish me for that, but it's also going to give away a lot of stuff, so I feel like I still want to kind of learn everything before I get into it. And it's fun. It makes it ridiculously difficult for some games. Same with Oxygen Not Included. That game has a lot of in-game tutorial stuff. Vast community. Hundreds, thousands of videos on YouTube of people playing the game, telling you how to do exactly everything, and I'm just like, nope, don't want any part of it. Not bad. It's a Silver Star Dreadnought. I didn't realize that until the last second. Wow, it looks like I really need to do more to piss these guys off. We're only at 14,000. There's only one base here. There's two of them there. Alright guys, you want to fight stations so bad? Show me what you got. But yeah, Oxygen Not Included, that game's got a hell of a learning curve for not knowing anything and doing your best not to look up in the in-game manual, even though like entries will pop up in front of you sometimes. You're just like, no, go away, I'll figure it out. I'll break it 100 times and then I'll know exactly what it can and can't do, rather than making bad assumptions based on incomplete journal entries from people who designed the game. I think they know exactly how much to tell you to keep the challenge intact when they're always, always, always wrong. Tim, fire your super weapon again. One of the byproducts of the Tim warp capability is that he can just keep firing his super weapon, and then you're pretty much guaranteed that he's going to get aggro, and then you warp him back in again so he can do it again. Oh, there he goes. doesn't help that his front mount's not really all that great. But, oh well. Yeah, going into this game blind was not super easy. But I feel like the tutorial does a pretty good job for the most part. And it is a game in progress, so you're not supposed to expect a full-blown tutorial. Again, because things change. And that's why there's a community behind it. And it's just like, just ask questions. Why complain first when you could just ask it in the form of a question? And somebody will tell you, and there's a good chance that, because most people don't look past their first assumptions on things, even though we all know that talk is cheap and meanings can be very broad, and it's smarter to just ask questions first, but people don't do it. Or they'll ask, but they'll be all mad and annoyed. No, I think it's an ultra laser. Like, it's not super strong, but it's not bad. It contributes now and then. It's just not like... It's nothing like a crafted weapon, though. Nothing like the one I'm using. That's definitely crafted. Although, if he plays his cards right, I might make him one. But his is a high tier crafted one. I would have to, if I'm going to give him something crafted, I'd have to burn relics. So I probably won't for a while. It's usually why I keep them on pre-made weapons, because you'll find higher tier ones that are typically better than a white grade crafted weapon. Cool. There we go. Alright. There. That one's got to. I want this dreadnought. Another thing about the armor build is it is very relic heavy sometimes, because it's uncommon to find high grade. Like, green is great for any kind of hull reinforcement. Finding higher grade stuff is pretty rare. I've gotten pretty lucky on that, but if you're already farming hunter fleets with gold stars, then it might be a good time to... You'll probably find what you're looking for there. Do I want to get nano components first or precision? I mean, 5 points of weapon class is a lot. That puts me up to 27. It means I could put an 11-point weapon on my spinal mount again. But at the same time, that's not as big of a difference though. I just have to be ready to actually craft a weapon. If I'm not ready to craft a weapon when the decision comes, then I'll go with that. Otherwise, we'll do that. Okay. There we go. still have to spend one of the points, though. Okay. Let's take the bigger one. It won't affect the system level. That'll stay the same, right? 52? Ooh-wee. Brutal. Bangy Heavy Blaster. Ah, they did it again. How did you get killed? No one docked for you. Ah, that one's still back too. I lost all that shit. Lame. Alright, here we go. This one's going to take a little bit more action because I don't have the flux now, but that's okay because it's a lower level than the last one. There we go. Gene has evolved. Jean-Philippe. 109. Let's see that orange. What was this one? Muzzle flash. Okay. Should have known. Situation matched. Ooh, 50s. $16,000. Woo! Oop, too far. It's kind of close. Red Skull. Bah. Nice. Kind of just hoping for somewhere to save, but an asteroid rush would have been just fine. But this right here is exactly what I wanted. Here, go take care of them. No scrap. Save. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'll take those. Not bad. I was hoping they had two. No. 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 Save. Alright, back to hunting the Vangy. Uh-oh. He thinks we've left their territory. Almost have enough cash for another Achilles. Hopefully find one of those soon. Don't think I know where there's another one yet. Nice. Uno Rogers has evolved. What do we have? Alright, get that damage resistance on, man. Still at 56. Bunch of crystals. Right. Damn. I had to wait for them to finish what they were doing down there. Ah, merchant and civilian fighting. And ridiculous ships. They're not done yet? Oh my goodness. Damn. Tim, what were you doing? Ah, come on. Damn it. Hey, where you guys at? Damn it, not here. Oh my. Why, that's $10,000 if it's not destroyed. I'd have to come back for it though with the warp tow array, which I have. Not bad, not bad. Kill that guy. Get him. Carla. Really? Jeez, bud. But you dock. Just dock. We're gonna fix you right quick. Good golly. Alright, so right now you have 85, 830. 109 recharge. How about that? Slightly less shielding. Except you need more power. Which is okay because I actually bought that for you. There you go. Tim, why do you wait for me to tell you to kill a pirate dreadnought? You should just go do it. The repair drones, repair beams, that's good. It's been a while since I've used a Hephaestus for anything really big like that. Okay, now where were we? Oh yes, upgrading your power. Oh, you know, we do have another large ion. That would be a good idea. Now we can put those two other chargers on. And they'll both be green. So 110 recharge. It won't be quite that high when she gets out there, but that's a lot more recharge for a slight drop in total. You don't have anything. Good. Add the fleet. Carla, not Carl. Tim, I think you're just fine, buddy. I don't think I need to do much of anything for you. You do need to find the rebels. Damn it. They're probably on the other side. Somewhere. But I saw them here. They might be over there. Alright, let's check 2933. See if there's any good loot over here. Pick up a couple more ion reactors. That's what Tim's gonna need too. I don't think he's got a full run of ion yet. They don't have it. They have little ones. That's fine. Wow. Okay, not bad. Getting a lot of experience here. A lot. We're about to hit 42 already. Jesus. Ooh. Golly. Hot damn. That is some good sauce. You're supposed to water it down and drink it with an ice cube and it gets all cloudy, you know, like absinthe and stuff like that, but yeah. Oh yeah, you have to get your space pilot up. One reason not to warp your fleet back in every time you get the chance and just run around solo every once in a while. Ooh, how do you like that? Well, I like it quite a bit. I'll take that for kicks. I guess. I mean, you know, sometimes those power cells are the only thing that gets you out alive. You know, when you're trying to stay cloaked and you want to warp out of the system, but you can't warp because your cloak's recharging like 2 energy per second, and you need about 1,000. Or your cloak's not recharging, it's draining the battery, and you're running out of time. Depending on how much generator power you have. Syndicate, damn it. Master Gunner Ziggy. Look at that. 13 aim, huh? You're not gonna go orange? That would be pretty depressing. Wow, really? Well, then where are these freaking rebels, man? I know I saw rebels there. What's the range on that? When you see rebels flying around a thingy system? Station system? Damn it. Or is there a range on it? Yeah, Carla doesn't have much in the way of weaponry at all. I should probably set her to repair so she'll quit aggroing people. Because she only does just enough damage to aggro, but not really enough to finish the fight. My god. Where have all the rebels gone to? Go over here. I'm warping around in a spiral, but it's not working. I'm running out of warp range. I don't think I need those for my other ships, but those I'll take. Oh yeah, 2? Hell yeah. Never see 2 of those. That's cool. Might as well pick up a couple of those. Yeah, didn't I get a blue Vangy reactor too? Hell yeah. Damn it. Dude, we're finding some good stuff around here. I'm gonna keep buying upgrade stuff, but not all of it, but slowly increasing how much money I have, but at the same time I want to keep it above a certain point for buying another Achilles, once I finally find one. Way out here? Nope. Just rocks. And medicine. And armor. This will take a while to get rid of, but it should be worth a couple $100. 700. Alright. Glad I grabbed it. Civilians. Boo. Boo the civilians. For not being rebels. They are cowards. They have no honor. Their souls will not rest in Stovacor. Maybe. Always buy blue stuff if there's even a slight chance you'll need it. Balanced. Okay. Off we go. Still not finding rebels. Another gross system. Oh, wow. Look at that. Ooh. The little vertigo looking at the screen for a minute there. Not every blue, but you know, some of them. Anaximander, scanner power, warp distance, and sensor power. Hell yeah. That means I visited 100 unique systems. See, it's not that many. Hey. So where are the rebels? What's the range on rebels from spotting them in a Vang-E system? Floating around. Seems to be a pretty long distance. This one's only level 50 system. This won't be a maxed out Ravager, but it'll be pretty close. Ooh. Boy, he just took it. He didn't mind that at all. I mean, it knocked out almost half his armor, but he's not flinching, that's for sure. Why did you keep shooting the one that was dead? Because it de-aggroed. You let him get away. Bunch of Gokus on my boat. They're all Gokus. They let the bad guys get away in case they might turn good one day. Nobody's Goku. Nobody needs to be Goku. None of these people are Vegeta, trust me. Uh-oh. I'm getting a little spicy there. Oh, gotta be repaired before we can do any upgrades. Still no. Well, like, I saw some rebels flying around in this system. But there's no rebels anywhere near that system. Unless they're, like, up here. I couldn't find any. 18. I have 18. What? No, I have exactly that. Oh, because it's percentage based, it's rounding. Oh. I thought it meant maybe they had a base nearby, so it would only be if it's a faction war. Very well then. That is one way to find rebels, though, is to look for faction wars. But there just aren't that many right now. And that's Red Skull, so that's not Vang. There. Is that... Oh, but that's because it's right there. I just need another Valkyrie. That's all I need. Whoops. I went right past the station. The gate, I mean. Woo! Tempted to just start hitting some of those Capital Impulse Mark 5s with the relic, the next few relics I get. Get my speed up. Just fly right across their nose, and they won't be able to turn fast enough to hit you with it. But it does mean letting them charge it up and maybe hit you with it a little bit. Sometimes. Gotta be careful when you're teasing the spinal guns. Well then let's just keep going this way. We'll look at new stuff along the way. A nebula. I have decent scanner range for nebulas. So that helps. And they often have escape pods. And other weird random stuff. Ta-da! Lenny! Oh, I mean, you have good aim and critical damage. That might be worth it. I mean, over, like, somebody who's a cannon damage specialist, you know? Boy, that's a weird one. Decent blend, though. Vulcan. So it's between Cannon 16 or Vulcan Good Aim 12. So that one loses. And Lenny takes their place. On the tail gun. Critical ass cannon. Awesome. Yeah, that's good aim for somebody who's not specialized. That's why I went ahead and gave him a spot. Because, well, especially for the tail gun, I mean, if you're running away from something, then you have the opportunity to shoot at it. Seems like a real important time not to miss. So, adding the critical damage bonus is all the better. Some might say if you have a tail gunner, that they should be your best gunner. I bet a lot of World War II pilots believe that. It's not, well, the bomber pilots anyway that flew the giant fortresses with multiple gunner turrets on them. Not a whole lot of those. Navy captains. I bet they're in on that too. Put your best or at least most trusted gunner on the tail gun, because if you're running away from something, that's who you want shooting at it. That makes sense, right? I think so. From my simple, limited knowledge of naval and air warfare. way too much drama for such a simple task. Oh yeah. Are we gonna need to target our fleet ships in the future? Other than drones? Because I think drones are the only reason for it right now, aren't they? Alright, we're getting out of here. The system isn't moving it too slow. Been all over this one already. Okay. Because sometimes when I'm cycling through with Y, I kind of wish that it didn't select them. Sometimes. If I'm not using repair drones, or maybe that could be the thing, like if you don't actually have anything equipped that you could apply to a fleet ship, then the Y key could skip them. I don't know. That might be too weird. Okay. I mean, I usually run with a pretty small fleet, so it's not like a real big deal. You just stop right there, Timmy. But I was talking earlier about how, like, I mean, in theory, I could have 6 shuttles running around and some shit, or not, 3 shuttles running around. Shuttles take up 2, right? Maybe so. Hello. Can you dock, please? Fine. I'll take it. Yeah, it's back. I've been trying to explore it to figure out how pervasive it is. It seems to go away when you warp, but that's not always going to be convenient. But at least it's a way to do it. I think I have one of those, but I don't think it's that good. Yeah, we don't get any error codes for it either, so I don't know what to tell you on that one. Oh wow, level 20. And a Magellan. Oh look. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, we don't need to use our super weapons on this guy. Ultra cannon. I can't pick that up though. Yep. 396. I'm within like 50 grand of what the amount of money I started with on this one today. It was only a few hours ago. But I've probably spent like 150,000. I keep buying every semi-decent piece of gear. I need to start slowing down on it. 2 ultra cannons. We'll have fun with that later. Okay. 2,000 energy or 40 cells. Well, bye now. What is that? Oh. We got a Vangi battle station with no control. Well, I guess we're taking it out. Improved laser beam in orange. That's a big upgrade from green. Interesting. That'll be good on one of my fleet ships then, maybe. Oh, I left her again. Good lord. They did not want to fight at all. Hell yeah. Boy, does my flux capacity to upgrade or what? They're both repairs, damn it. Repair ships first, damn. I'm gonna have to wait for my primary to recharge. Might not have time. Come on, Tim, get the aggro. Stop shooting at it. Ah! Almost. Got one of them, though. It's not worth it if it takes too long. Maybe I need to upgrade that battery. And just slap a couple more on. My power's pretty out of control. I know I have some good batteries. Woo! Good neck pop. Good lord. Delilah Armstrong. Diversified. Sorry, we'll drop you off at the next station with the others. Pretty much out of passenger space now. Just about. What we got up here? There's a whole bunch of flashes. Eh. Whatever. There we go. Now what? I don't think I need much of anything myself. I just need to put a battery on here. $19, $18. There we go. Now I get more warp time, warp distance. All mining. Is that a bug that you had already gotten rid of, or? Alright, there we go. Still no rebels. Let's see if there's any that I forgot about in some of these station systems. Nope. Oh yeah, that's the unicorn system. The Vangi are in control, but it's got a syndicate station there. I needed to add a note for that. There we go. Just enough money for an Achilles. Let's hope they have one. Carla, would you like to get promoted to a battleship and I'll have somebody else run the repair ship? Would you like that? I bet you would. Lance Armstrong, you're hired. I'm not going to use you, but, you know, you're hired. Nope, just to Hades. Darn. Oh, they don't have any good... Come on, guys, you're level 36. You don't have any tech for me? So, in this universe, on this save, you guys are losing the war with the Vangi. That's what it looks like to me. Nice try though, I guess. Okay. No claim. And they leave us no choice. So, does it roll the character that you pick up when you pick up the escape pod, or is it preset when you get into the system? Like if one of the unique ones. Oh, good. Okay. So like, there's not a chance that one of the unique ones is sitting in an escape pod in a system I've already visited. That's good. That's how it should be. Otherwise, people will go insane. They'll be like, "Oh my God! You mean if I want the unique ones, I have to go through every single inch of every sector?" They'll go nuts. Should have just gone in backwards. I would have made it. Whoa! Son of a bitch. Whew. Yeah, they have a hard time warping out in time against those spinal guns. I usually try to interrupt it or something, but there was no time there. He was just on top of us when we came in. Maybe a no loitering rule needs to be implemented for the gates. Like, only the gate guards are allowed to sit near the gates. And there won't ever be anybody else on them. Because sometimes it's a Ravager, which is tough enough, but when it's one of those guys, it's like, well, that battle's over already. he just sort of evaporated there. Oh, this place is dead. Let's go see if there's a Vangi station somewhere. No control, no population. Just a bunch of asshole pirates. And it looks like no stations. Okay. Wow, this one's empty. No loot at all anywhere. At least not near me. Wow. Give me the damn piece of metal. Alright, we got miners. Not even a lot of enemies out here. That guy'd already be dead by the time I got there. Still warp recharging. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Yeah. Now we're talking. I have a good feeling. I'm gonna go grab that ion reactor, and I think things are about to pick up. At least that's what my subconscious is telling me, and hopefully that's based on experience probability. Oh, what? Whoa. Oh my. Almost missed it. Almost didn't see it. Ah. What a Klaus. Specialized gunner. But he's only got 11 aim at level 50, so he's probably not going to last very long. In fact, I doubt it he'll make it past the passenger. Wow. Huge. Ah. Next. Ooh, neat. So shiny. It must get better than this. It's gotta get better than this. Fine, I'll take the junk too. Got plenty of room for more purple gear on my ship, and there sometimes you'll find that in a pile of junk, so nice. Instincts were correct. Whew. Oh, damn. That is a lot of disappointment. Well, that's something. Okay, okay. Alright. Okay, Derry. Okay. Looks like that's about it, though. Take that. That's less than an ion, right? No. Might as well take it then. How many of these do I have? Only 8? Okay. Well then, we can have a few more. It's not like I won't make any money on my way. Am I good on gyros? Yep. Looks like it. Yeah. I guess a couple more 4s wouldn't hurt. Just in case. Okay. Oh, man. If I could reset you, that'd be great. $72.25. Is that a boat? Nope, just junk. Right. I'll take that. Not gonna do me any good, but hey! Oh yeah, did I ever upgrade my armor? Doesn't look like it. Oh. My flux capacitor got reset, so I accidentally turned off my... Good times, good times. Got the repair system back on. Let's go ahead and do that. I think we can. Yeah, I got 4 relics. Damn. So many things I want relicked. But am I just gonna find it in a minute? Should I save it for weaponry when I start crafting again? I feel like I should save them for weapons. Let's be good with what I got for now. It's a pretty strong build. Okay. I should go ahead and do that, though. That'll help everything a little bit. Gives you more armor, more repair, makes the ship a little bit lighter, better turning, acceleration. Armor's almost always worth it. Oh, another relic! Damn it! That happens so much now. Hey, a V2. Yeah, I will take that. Nope, you can't have it, it's mine. See, they usually have bad enough turning anyway that it's not a big deal. Now, I will say the Gold Star V5s, those are trouble. I'm not looking forward to fighting hunter fleets that have Vangy dreadnoughts with spinal weapons. Like, even if nothing else is different, they're still going to have a weapon that can fire along. Like, if their spinal mount was identical to a cruiser, they'd still have more potential cooling and power to support a bigger weapon at a higher capacity. So it's still going to be freaky as hell. That being said, I've been working on it for a long time, trying to figure out if it's just in my head or not, but it seems like if you click, when you're trying to click on a ship and you don't want to zoom in, and it's a small ship so it's hard to click on, it seems like if you click on the nose of it, or at least toward the front of the hitbox, it seems to be a lot closer to where you can actually click on the ship. Energy generation, huh? They're all gunners. I don't have any, no. 19, 18, okay. Oh, rebels, where are you? That's not rebels. Now I should be able to... Do I need to upgrade my Pathfinder? I have the power now. Put on a Mark III. Take that. Don't forget trying to find it. Nice. You don't want to fly alongside that ship, that's for sure. I don't remember what grade those are, but they're definitely a pair of heavy plasma cannons. Heavy plasma cannons love those slots. They do really well there. Okay, it doesn't matter then. Alright, I got plenty of cash that I'd like to contribute to the rebel cause. Big profits. Just need to know where you guys are at. Damn. Well. Keep trying to get rid of that stuff. Nobody wants it. Hey. Hey, an Empress. Nice. Those are pretty cool. There we go. Oh, shit. Still 800 credits. Oh, Carla, stop fussing. Whoa. Swing it in. Oh, shit. Wow. That was close. Alright, this is my chance to get my fleet commander back up. Or my space pilot. The opposite of fleet commander. So I'll just leave them out for now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take it. Not bad. Now I get my 3% crew efficiency for having Jean-Philippe. So everything just goes up. Nice. Emma Touring. Step right up. Oh, a specialized navigator. So sorry. We're not gonna have a place for you. I guess I should keep some of these guys for putting on the next Achilles. With 50,000 to spare. Sure. Hell yeah. Let's see. Let's check the old star, Valor, Google Doc, armor, and shields. We have Vangy heavy armor and Terran armor. Okay. Legendary mass multiplier. Or no, purple. So there we go. There's the Terran armor. At purple, it's minus 18 rather than plus 11. Okay. Okay. It's a big difference. We've got armor plating times 3.2. Terran armor would be flat 3. So it'd be slightly less. 3 instead of 3.2. Damage resistance, though. Vangy heavy armor damage resistance is 28. Epic Terran armor 22. So maybe I'll put that for my fleet ships to just make them a little bit lighter so they keep up better. And I'll stick with what I have for now. There, now I have a blue large and small. Perfect. Alright. Now to build out the Achilles. Which we need... Oh boy, this is gonna get expensive too. 60,000. Whoa! That is only a co-pilot. Because the first officer won't get the gunner upgrades. Okay, so let's start from the top. So you have yourself an Achilles. Congratulations. You need 2 engineers. You're a navigator? Okay. We'll put you in navigation. 1 down. Instructor. Gunner. Supervisor. They don't really need a supervisor, but it does mean they can carry more drones. 1 engineer, a pilot. I don't think I want to spend 8,000 on another engineer. That's all the required staff. We could slap Bad Aim Critical Sophia as the pilot. Because I'm out of cash. That won't do any good. It won't make any difference either. That won't do anything either. Okay, Sophia, congratulations. Your awkward level 2 ass might actually become a really good gunner one day, despite being balanced. But in the meantime, we're going to put you in command of a ship. That makes sense, right? These are 54 instead of 52. It's 52 and a half. Start with that. Keep the inertial nullifier. The rest of that's trash. So go ahead and put the weaponry on. This is the good stuff. Can only go in one place. I only have 1 PD laser beam. They don't have any. Holy crap. I don't have any point defense for this dude. Other than these. Do I have any more rapid PD? Oh, thank God. At least it's something. Yeah, put it up front. That's where they're gonna need that. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. Oh yeah, you don't have the weapon capacity. I'd have to swap these out for improved laser beams. And that's no good. You'll just have to be without a tailgun, like the others. Oh yeah, that's way better. Not nearly as light, but still way better. Compare that to... Maybe we'll give them that one. It's only a little bit slower. Definitely going to give you that and that. Let's go ahead and bring Tim in for an upgrade too. Reactor status is good. Need a lot more shielding. I don't need any of this stuff. Well, maybe some heat sinks. Not bad. just in case. And this is going to take quite a bit of power. There's no engine on it. Wow. Amazing. I wonder I got so far with... I'm like, wow, everything fits so clean. How did that happen? There. Now it only has 60 power. Uh-oh. Oops. Generators. 2 of those would be a flat 30. 2 of those would be 36. My best. Wow, my solar reactor, no. So it's these 2. Yeah, that should be fine. You can fire that thing as long as there's... She will be able to fire that thing as long as she doesn't fire anything else. I just have to remember to fill with drones. Oh, I'm broke. Great. Close enough. Alright, Sophia, congratulations. You're a battleship. And, like, probably a really good one. Tim? Yeah, Tim, you're due for an upgrade. Let's take a little look and see what we can do here. Because if her ship's better, then you should be flying that one. Right. Your nose gun is just a medium beam? What, you have a tail gun or something? What's up with that? Oh, it's because of the... Wait. Oh, you have a forward. Yeah, let's get rid of that. No improvements for the medium, though. Holy Christ. I don't have any more ion reactors, do I? I have 1. Shit, buddy. I thought you had ion reactors already. Oh, those boosters. The engines. That's not improvement. Even your gyros are trash. There. 2 space to spare. Ta-da. Actually, your shield setup's pretty good. Let's do something about that armor if we can. It's not going to be either of those. Make it tougher and slower? I don't want you slower. I want you faster. I'm going to keep you light for now. At least that would make you sturdier, though. It wouldn't blow up quite as often. But now we have to get... Where are the speed boosters? Really? Those are the best speed boosters I have? And now I know what to keep an eye out for. Holy crap. Yeah. Okay. Well, now I know what I need. Right? So... There you go. Why didn't you repair while you were docked? Oh, because I don't have the money for it. Holy shit. Alright, let's go tear up this Ravager real quick, and then we'll... Hey, a bad boy. Jesus. Okay. Wow. Alright, Sophia, this is your chance to do the thing. Sophia. Sophia. Oh, I don't think I gave her a warp drive. Uh-oh. That's okay, that's an easy fix. Alright. Scrap. So. Yay, they took the Iridium. And they have crystals. Cool. But that's about it. Okay. Okay. Now we need to get Carla here. And we need to dock Sophia to make sure she's got a warp drive. Because I'm pretty sure that's a negative. She does not have a warp drive. I forgot engines and warp drives, so she was basically just going to sit there doing nothing. Again, it's no wonder. It seems so easy to put together. Whatever. Do I not have another Deuterium? Oh boy. Lame. Oh well, I've got 4 space opened up. I'll just put the Iridium on there. Good grief. Alright, back to the fleet. Whoa. Alright, on to the Ravager hunting. Ooh, no claim. Yeah, time to scale the Vang E fleets a little bit. We can manage it. It's only 20,000. Nice. Wow, blue Vang shield generator. Not a large, but still. you're using any kind of a 2-point anywhere, then that's going to be a great replacement. Indeed. Yeah, it's gone, buddy. There you go. Looks like we might scope around for some escape pods here. Seems to be a lot of debris, which could mean some survivors. Oh, they're angry now. Ooh. Not a bad pull on that one. Good cash. Not bad, not bad. Considering my engines aren't even up all the way. Back up. Wonder if there were any stragglers on that one. I didn't see anybody. Okay. Nothing. Alright, I will be right back. I gotta go feed a cat. Should just take a minute or two. Alright, kitty cat fed. Awesome. Whew! Alright, so here we are, stacking up junk. Go at the station real quick and drop some things off. Oh, we got a tech level. Cool. What are we up to? 29. Awesome. Very good. Make it so. Make it happen. Battle cruiser operational. Ooh, what do we have here? I don't care about him. Moving too fast, never catch up. Funny junk. Okay, good. And we're on our way. Oof. It's not that gate. Ooh, shield charger Mark III. And it's free. Just for me. Come on, grab it. Thank you. What are you guys waiting for? Kill the Marauders. Come on. You didn't need me to say it, did you? Guess I'll just do it all myself. Boo. Where were you guys? Oh. Great. Really could use some large ion reactors right about now. Don't run into the middle of the fight. Why? Why do they do that? Nice. Yeah. Hell yeah. Crafting mats. Oh yeah, I bet you guys get hired to fight the Ravager all the time, don't you? Poor little bastards. Damn it. Well, at least it's not docking. For some reason. Nice. Damn. Brutality. Having one whole ship dedicated to repairs seems like a great idea, but once the fleets get really big and your repair ship's going to have a hard time getting in between to actually do the repairing, it gets difficult. It gets pretty tight. It can be done, but I would suggest great caution. Yeah. Really? What have we here? A yacht, perhaps? Ooh, a hound. Very nice. No thank you. No control. Well, I might as well scan for enemy stations. Might be something to blow up. I'm only a few points away from probing. Maybe I should get that next. despite the most unfortunate name. Swear I saw something. What could it have been? Oh, marauders. I did see something. I'm not crazy, not all the time. Every once in a while, I have my mind. Bye-bye now. Oh, we'll go check out this stuff then. Lithium. Valuable but hard to move. Is that a relic? That's a relic. Holy crap. And a Valor Mark II. Which I don't really want. Number 6. Excellent. Ardonian huge battery. Okay, cool. Another derelict. Phantom. Oh, see, that's a boat worth having. But I can't carry it. Oh, looks like I can. Alright then. I wonder where I'll take the Phantom. Where can I go with it? I'll take it with me everywhere. Nice. Not a bad system all in all. A little slow, but got a lot out of it. And now I'm in a place where I can sell things. How convenient. Wow. That's what it's come to. Yikes. Ah, you tried. Move, Carla. Move. Thank you. We get a null ref on the muzzle flash. Okay. Capital Impulse Drive Mark IV in blue. Just like I have, but now I can give that to Carla. Or Tim. Whichever one of them needed it. I don't remember. I'm still kind of surprised if Vangy Fleet followed me here. Like, they don't have a system for miles. Light years. No claim. Vangy and Pirates. Oh, I love that. I love that skill. Just fly straight to him. That's nice. Ah, 2 Vangy missile launchers. I really had my hopes up for a reactor there. That's pretty good though. An ion cannon's kind of weird. Huh. Yeah. Got that range boost, but not much else going for it. Hey, you're that guy who's going to that station that we're about to take out. Why does that green one keep not firing? When orange improved laser beam there, it keeps not firing. You. Okay. Hello, goodbye. And now we do it all over again. And all that delightful screwing around allowed us to build up some flex to take to the next station. Howdy, howdy, welcome. He's back. So I got another Achilles set up. So I got 2 Achilles and a Hephaestus now as escorts. Not wildly aggressive, but they're doing the job. They're also not max level. Sophia's level 23, and all of that's been behind the wheel of the ship. She was level 2 when I handed it over. But I did go ahead and get probing to go with logistics. Nice. Carla, why did you do any of that? You're not supposed to be doing that. Hey, calm down, you guys. She's not defenseless. Carla's got weaponry. You don't just want to run up on her like that. It's probably not the best plan. Alright, Carla, let's see what you can really do. In a pinch. Let's test you out on somebody who's really low. Is that helping a lot? Is that doing a lot of good? It is 8 repair beams. So that's a minimum. One of them's getting a 10% bonus too. Alright, Tim, we'll give you some leash while you're hunting, but don't get too carried away, bro. Oh, we got a marauder. Why are we not firing? Or why is he not aggroing, I should say. There we go. I mean, both ships are a good escort. I always feel guilty using the Hephaestus as a repair ship like this, but it's so good at it. But it still has plasma cannons on the broadsides and medium laser beam up front, I think. Which is not really going to ever do much of anything, but it, you know, it's a shield resistance. It puts a little bit of stress on the enemy shielding here and there. Not enough to get aggro so that she's not going to get blasted a lot. Once you've got 2 Achilles and anything else, you're in a pretty good position. It helps to have good weapons on them. I would say you're losing a lot of potential if you don't craft a main gun for them. But you have to be really careful with their thermals, because we still don't get readouts on their exact stats. I don't think we do. But there's still a lot to consider. But yeah, once you've got 3 cruiser escorts, you're pretty well set. You can run around in a shuttle, and you'll probably be fine. As long as you've got good reflexes. Oh, this is my cargo bay, Jesus. Those are scrappable. I need to drop off all this stuff. It's getting kind of heavy. Blue ion cannon. It'll get funny and then I'll sell it when it's not. Guess I should scrap those. It's only 1%, but I'm not broke. Making plenty of money. I'm always behind. I'm always throwing so much money into tech level. Jesus, buddy. I win. 7,000 experience. Sweet. I should have used the gate. Oh well. High level syndicate station, we'll check it out. It's probably worthwhile. have here? Junk. Escape pod. Nice. Carol Schuler. Balanced supervisor. Really not using my hanger that much right now. I like the idea of not using. Kind of thinking of maybe not using the Achilles hanger. For now. We'll see. Those ships are parked somewhere else. We can talk bad about them behind their back, they'll never know. Hey! We're up to 6 relics. We really need some Ravagers here. Let's start looking for some dark sectors, which means I think a Type 2 will be enough. You have a good Mark II scanner? No. Well, let's see what it can do. I've already been to all those though. Kinda want more. Okay, let's see what else we can take out. Yikes. Not much. I guess I'll take back control of the front weapons for now. We're gonna do it like that. And we'll get some real range on this sensor amp. What? Oh, I didn't take the other one off. Like, don't bullshit me. There's a dark sector. Haven't been to that one yet. That'll be in range of the next one. Beautiful. Ravager hunting. At level 45. Although I've been able to take out top level Ravagers since 38 or 40, I think. Ah, crap. Forgot to check for rocks. Jump in anytime, you guys. Whatever you feel like it. Oh, so close. And he's docked. But the other one's not. And it's dead. Boom. 960 credits. Get to it, guys. I clearly need to duck out for a moment. I'm back. Hi. Not sure why you ran right up in my face, but I'm just so glad you did. Weird. Yeah, I'll do that. Alright. What's next? Oh yeah, I had a system picked out already. Hurry up and finish repairing, Sophia. We already have a destination. Oh, we can't get there yet. Oh, Ziggy's got a weapon heat buff now, huh? Well, well, well. Critical chance, critical damage, and max weapon heat. Yep, looks like it stops lower, despite taking off stuff. Nothing. Any other? Yeah. All right. Tim, come on. Okay. Hell yeah. So dark. Illuminates. Only one flux. Whoops. Just trading point defense fire. Nice. Beautiful. Centronium and orange. Argonian armor. Okay. Not great, but something. Scrap it anyway. But I don't usually scrap oranges. Excellent. Ooh, pirates. Pirate hideout. Very nice. Hell yeah. One more level. Wow. Interesting. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, well, whenever I work on Space Pilot, that'll be great. One of the main drawbacks of Ravager hunting, in other words, jumping from pitch black to pitch black, is that you expand your galaxy a lot with systems that you're not visiting. So it can start affecting your load times a lot faster. But I haven't noticed too much of a load lag on this one, so it's pretty clean. I got a blue flux capacitor that still feels too slow. Ooh, almost had him. I like that her being pointed at me means she fires the cannons at the enemy. Even though her turrets are on, or her healing are on turrets. Ugh. Like I just wouldn't give up. Oh wow, way out here. Let's see what's going on. Ah, wrong way around. We gotta find a gate, you guys. Although I doubt we're going to. One flux. Wow. Nice. Alright, Carly, you take care of Sophia. The range is still pretty broad, so I'll be... You guys will probably be repaired by the time you get here. Poor little guardian. No, we got this guy. I'm gonna save my flux for the next match. Just burn right through the next one. No station. Oh, nice. Boom. All over the place. Ardonian armor. That's tech level, baby. Ooh, yeah. Oops. Just pick it up. Okay. Tech level's up to 30. Hell yeah. Everybody's repaired up. We're good to go. A speeder. Nah. That sounds like a motorcycle or something. Wow. Just to get rid of them. Yep. Wow. No specialized for that one, but I don't want it. Next. Pirate layer unclaimed. Oh yeah, that last system had a Vang E station that I should have taken out. Boy, we're gonna eat through this bastard like paper. Oh shit. Hit me with a flux attack. Weird little bastard. What was that? than that. Okay. Who's next? Oh. Nothing to do here but hang out. Oh well, we got a pretty full cargo bay. We could go ahead and dump it. No big deal. There's always something to do, right? Nice, finally got rid of those robotics. Ooh, it's a Ravager and we're right on top of him. Yeah. Excellent. To the crafting table. Time for another 11-point weapon. That's going to overheat really fast. Even with Ziggy having a little bit of cooling under his belt. Anybody have a lot of weapon cooling? I know I had one a while back that was like really good. Oh no, it's max weapon heat. Ooh. Now we need a cooling percentage for this. Always picking on my support ship, you guys. What a bunch of jerks. How rude. Improvement. Ooh, almost 70. How about that? He kind of made that easy. A lot. He made that very easy. Beautiful. The save is getting so much bigger every time I warp. I was staying in a fairly concentrated area before, and now I'm just shooting across the galaxy. That's just how we do it. Yeah, I need more crystals. That's what I'm missing. Because the weapon I want to make is green. I guess I might as well use a booster even without that special skill. Or should I? I'm not gonna get it though. Is there a weapon I could downgrade to make it 12? Be silly to knock those down. Oh, but no PD laser beam? Come on. Ridiculous. Alright, I'll make a 12-point weapon. For 600 heat. I don't think that's going to work out very well. $400? That's still going to be pretty tough. Considering it that will overload in about half a second. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know which way to go on that. But I do know I want a little bit more caffeine. And a little bit more of that. Ah, that's refreshing. Well, the point is, how many green crystals? 34? Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of crystals. Now we can reduce the slow charging a little bit. Keep the overload. Or just get rid of the slow charging. Get it down to about 200. 25. That's still going to be really hard to counter. But, okay, whatever. It's not doing a whole lot, but it's something. Now let's compare that to it's an extra 100. Just takes a lot more power, but it's not going to use much more heat. That's pretty cool. That's awesome, because it's not a charge up in its base. So that's what we need. 18 green crystals, 30 titanium, microchips, and bismuth. Well, we don't have bismuth. But I've only got 9 crystals. I'm only halfway there. Alright, so hey, look, there's one right there. Badass. Nope. No green ones. Maybe they'll have some. Haha, nice, Carla. I don't know why you didn't shoot at it, but I guess you didn't need to. Those are all wrong. Oh, there's a lot of asteroids here. Hell yeah. Good, good, good. Let us check them all. Not a lot of crystals, damn. Only one per, huh? It says very rich minerals. What's up with these crystals not being around? Damn. Great. Well, that didn't do any good. Alright. Let's try this one last asteroid field before we get to the station. Also, only one crystal. No? It's got a few, but they're not the ones I want. Definitely don't need more blue ones. Maybe I'll pick up more reds just for fun. Just because I don't have a lot. I just said I wasn't going to get more blue ones, but there I went. I forgot how many of those I needed. Oh, I didn't save. Nice. Where's my team? No, they're stuck in the roids. She's actually doing quite a bit of damage there. Oh good, they're both fighters, so they're not going to warp out. Improved repair system, look at that. Oh my. I'm finding a lot of these now, I'm going to have to start scrapping them. These too. But, not soon. I get the feeling there's going to be some escape pods around here. No? No escape pods? Oh, that's too bad. Seemed like a good place for him. Looks pretty void. Moving on. Nice. 13 relics. Now how will you hide from me? Nice. Oh shit. Very nice. Now that is a bit of an improvement. Got a lot of good stuff here. An extra 100 armor before the multiplier. Let's go save at this gate over here before anything happens. I'm still kind of paranoid, even though I have far fewer crashes than I used to, because I've been splitting up the work between two different computers now. So I don't have Discord open on the same computer that I'm playing on. I have an entire other computer that's just for when I'm streaming. So I can have the browser and Discord, whatever I need open, without worrying about stability. And in fact, to further reduce the load on my system, I actually took my main system down to 2 screens. Although it's still kind of set up for the third screen to be connected and used, if I need to. But I don't. So having the graphics card work one less screen, even if there's nothing really happening on it, still kind of probably takes like 1% off of the overall workload, if that. Maybe like 0.1%. Because it would just have my system status page open so I could watch it, but it's been so stable lately that I just keep it on the screen with the broadcasting software. It's all very compact. Hey, that's all I needed. Hell yeah. I got all the relics in the world, so I'm gonna give one of them. Maybe I'll make another super sleepy and give it to one of the other guys. That way they can both have one of those and I'll have the ridiculousness. They all dropped a heavy impulse Mark IV green. That's weird. Screenshot saved. What are you doing, Tim? There you go. What are you doing, Sophia? There you go. A little late, but okay. Wow. Damn. So acceleration 12.3, 68.4. Wow, so almost another 5 speed and 1.2 acceleration. And I didn't use my super weapon on that boss at the end. So I can use it on these guys. I should have a pile of iron to get rid of. Oh, it's not that much. awesome. I'm tempted to go find a place to save now, but I think I'm going to hold off, push my luck a little bit. Okay. Beautiful. That's not enough room. Good enough. Wow, a whole lot of nothing. Except a dead station. Large what? I can't tell what any of that is. Large lateral thrusters. Wow, those crystals really took off. That's good enough. Another one. How am I supposed to decide between all this delightful loot? Of course, it's not spread out at all. Just do the same thing. Nope. Yep, nope. Gone. Wow. Nice. He doesn't hover as hard on the big ship if you haven't done any damage to it yet. And that one had a decent shield, so it was easy to get away with. Doom cannon. Those are huge. And not really necessary. I need a station. I need to save and I need to unload all this stuff because I'm just walking past so many things. It's rare that I walk away from anything orange, even if it's ridiculous. Boom, 779 credits. Very nice. Yeah. Nice. I need 30 titanium and 18 microchips. Wait. 18. Red crystals and aluminum. That was enough red crystals. How much aluminum? 40. Oh, Ultra laser was taken, so I gotta go with super and mega. Whoops. Hell yeah. I can stop looking around all this other stuff. Still need that other point defense laser beam though. We'll keep that one on the back for now. To help cover the sides, but... Wow, you guys dropped a lot of stuff, huh? Look at all this stuff. already have enough money for another Achilles, but I don't think I can carry it. Nope. I would have to replace Carla. And that would be the big question. Put like a violently powerful weapon on the front like everybody else, but then like... I don't know. Just put repair beams all the way around. I mean, it would be really powerful repair beams. It would be a lot more versatile. So am I going to build a Battle Cleric Achilles? Seems to be the way it's going. Well, hopefully we'll find a rebel station in one of these dark sectors. Woo! Hopefully. Yo. Yep. Why not? Oh. Okay. Don't need those. Save all that. Gone. Save. Destroy. Store. Remove from fleet. One at a time. I don't think you're ready for this. Although, I have an orange ultra laser, don't I? How do those compare? 550 damage, 970. Ooh, yeah, I guess that's a done deal. No, it's still going to be generating 100 heat, and you don't have any thermal capacity. Which is a shame, because you should. Well, that's something. Alright, you have gunners. Who's your lead gunner? Dahlia? Okay. It's still going to be more devastating than the ultra laser. Question is, do we have any... I thought I picked up a couple of large ion reactors. I guess not. I don't have any here. Oh well. This will put out more than 2 of those. Oh, they're going to be forced to set it to that anyway. What am I thinking? This is going to be easy. Yeah, you don't need any cooling for that, but that cooling will still help for the heavy laser beam, and we have a better heavy laser beam too. Or do you want plasma? I'm just kidding. It's not happening. Did I ever get better medium? No. Better rapid lasers? No. Okay. So you're squaresy, you're all set, you're good to go. This looks great. Let's upgrade your turning. That should max you out pretty hard. Nah. Perfect. What's the one slot? What do we put there? A shield charger? Done. Yeah, that's good. No drones. Great. Damn the insane. Beautiful. She's already got upgraded cooling. Can we make it better? Yes, we can. That's fine. Any reactor optimizations we can do? Barely. Oh, that's... Okay, that's a lot better. That's almost 60 right there. Okay. Gotta keep it fair. Alright, they both got massive shielding upgrades, massive weapon upgrades, a little bit of power upgrade. This one's not going to be as awesome. Whoa. You don't have any gunners. That's hilarious. Easy peasy. This weapon doesn't use any damn power. Massively devastating. That was Sophia, right? And there goes a relic. Save. This is gonna get hard to watch. Oh look, her shielding is borked. I guess his is too a little bit. Weird. Carla, what are you doing? Just hanging out. Oh, 120. Oh, I didn't check their engines. Next time. We'll do that next time. Oh, whoops. I just wasted my... Oh well. They sent in a mini fleet because it's not their system. Funny. I've never seen a torpedo before. Alright, we're gonna fly straight across the middle of this system. I'm gonna turn and blast them. Although they usually do a pretty good job of avoiding being in front of this thing. So this weapon's twice as big, but only does about 50% more damage. Because I didn't have it set high enough. No, but even now it'll only do about 50% more damage than the last one. Because I had to put work into cooling. So that it would actually function properly. Later on I'll build a new weapon that doesn't have that because I'll have the means to cool and power something a lot more aggressive. And so it will be closer to double the damage. But that was with no real flux at all, and that's a Bangy shield generator in blue. How cool. Pretty sure I left all my relics there, so we have to go back to that station anyway. It's like, I got nothing else. Alright, not bad, not bad. Ooh, there's the 8-hour mark. Look at that. It's the time of night where things start to pick back up again. Not for that guy, though. He's gone. Capital Mark 4, okay. So this will be a double upgrade for you. And then that was blue. Instead of a white one. Perfect. Right, same station, no drones. Alright, so Sophia's good, and Tim is probably going to get her engines. Oh no, he's good on engines. Okay, I guess I did remember that. Oh, this is my main ship. I didn't switch. There. Ah, there we go. Room for improvement. As I expected. Hot damn. Still plenty of power. Alright, off we go. Carla, get you on out here. Dock and repair. Thank you. Let's roll. The next Ravager system is here. Yes. Damn. Keep firing, the others are almost here. Oops. I shot the Ravager at half power again. Boom. A neutron scanner. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with what I got, but that is a good thing. That's something I need to go ahead and do. I bought that. I didn't find it. I haven't found any of those. They're so rare. $20 blue crystals, and I can pick them up and store them for later. At the right, weapon heat generated, -7%. critical damage. Ooh. But it just keeps overheating. Oh, that one will have all the damage. Should even out pretty well, though. This heavy lasers already have really high critical. Really, really high. V-Flux, 100% power. Approaching Ravager. Let's wait for the fleet on this one. Yield. What? Didn't see that coming, did you, bud? That's pretty weak, bud. Adamantium armor. Okay. Expert, engineer, both of them. It's a pretty high efficiency. Billy's got you beat though. There's one. So much scrap today. Boom. Whoops. Store, not sell. There we go. This weapon is pretty out of control. Let's go. Can I scrap that or should I just destroy it? Scrap. Damn it. No! Yes, we got it. Only 20,000 armor. Didn't have a chance, buddy. John Newton and Stephen Turing. Nice. Nice. Okay, so that gives a lot more time. Beautiful. Just had to test it for a second. Oh, no claim. Well, we used the flux on the Ravager, then we'll come back for the Pirate Station. By the time we finish up with the Ravager, I should have another shot with the Mega Gun ready. Plasma Torpedo in purple. Nice. Now that's something I can really use. Hey, move. Stop it. Hey, jackass. What's wrong with you? Whoa, I got another one. Shit, I missed the station a bunch. Oh shit. Adjust my chair real quick. Wow, they're actually putting a little bit of a dent in it. Maybe I should be working with them on that. Anything good? Not as cool as that. Damn. I definitely don't need that one. I guess technically I do for 0.9. I suppose it's worth it. Now what I need to do is get somewhere where I know there's a station I can save at, which is right there. Oh, damn. I have to go back here first. So let's take a look at Weaver's Song. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. So, this is first officer material right here. Sorry, I've got so much power now that it's not that big a deal. But wait, does that mean... Oh, that means my weapons just got crappy. Because they're all huge. Yeah. You can't be the first officer. I'm sorry. I can make a ship for you that's like that. In fact, I think that's kind of what Carla's flying. I think we already kind of got something like that going. Made sense to me. Alright, let's get into the station so I can save it. We'll get a screenshot real quick. For la Discord. See, that's a good one to start early game with. Because most of your weapons will be smaller than 4. And if you intend to stay with a smaller ship, all the better. So, let's see. We save. Dot Carla. And I go over to this computer. I hit the full screen button. Hover over Weaver's Song. Boom. Get out of the full screen mode. We just have to put different weapons. I'll have to put regular plasma cannons. We're gonna have to change the plasma cannons. I only have 2. Damn it. You got any? No, of course not. We have to go find plasma cannons. I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lot of room for upgrade here. Nor need. That could be fun. Just for kicks. It's gonna get a little hot though. Actually, just regular sized plasma cannons will probably be the best because they did overheat before quite a bit. Now they won't. Pretty sure they did. Yeah. Yeah, those get hot as shit. 145. These won't get nearly that hot because they don't do near as much damage. Yep, that's it. Mostly just did it to put Weaver Song in charge. Oh no, it did it to mine. That shouldn't be that way. Unless it is supposed to be that way, but I don't think it is. But at least our healing will be a lot stronger. Maybe that'll be worth it? I don't know. Oh, right. Oh. Man, my neck is really messed up today. Trying to keep the right viewing angle on the screen all day. It's important when you stream for more than 4 hours. You have to pay attention to the way that you look at the screen. The angles, the intensity. Otherwise you get a crick in your neck. And then you won't feel like riding your bike in the morning. Ah, now they've got pilot as well. Oh yeah. So do these do the same damage now? Just about? Yep, that boosted it back up again. You really want to go nose to nose with me? Beaver Song, what are you doing? Why didn't you warp out? Thank you. What are you set to for God? Oh my god. I forgot that doesn't stay with the ship, that stays with the captain. Nice. Alright, no other stations here. Double tap that last Ravager with the spinal mount, so I don't have a lot of flux here. But it's only got 24,000. Nice. And they'll pop off with the Sleepy Dragon beams and do a pretty significant amount of damage. As will their main weapons. Another one. And now I definitely don't need that one, because I'm getting a lot out of this. Full turn speed. It's just ridiculous on this thing. Bye. Boom. Oh, what's the independent? Damn it, I forget. The independent battle cruiser that has the spinal mount. I forget, it's really new. I can't wait to see whatever their Dreadnought version is. That's going to be really interesting. The thing that makes them look small. Already back to 9 relics, huh? You know what I'm going to do with 9 relics? I haven't found any of these upgraded in a while. Might as well top them. No, I haven't needed that. The flux will help me do things quicker, but those I don't really need much more on. Let's see. I did tax my power system earlier, and these are never bad to have in purple. At least 2 of them. I don't really have... Do you have small ones? No? Okay. Well, in that case, I bid you adieu. Oh my. It's another one where he's way up in the corner up there. Really gotta do it, don't you? Whew, brutal. I'm gonna be glad I got my tech level up when I start finding Vangy heavy reactors. Like, you could drop one right now. Oh, that was weird. Marauder, huh? Just the one? Oh yeah, is this the one where I was getting the free Fleet Commander bonus? Did you ever figure that out? Got him. He's carrying a weapon. Didn't have it equipped, but he was carrying it. What do we got here? Ardonian Warp Drive. The second strongest warp drive in the game, in orange. Not bad. Unclaimed sector with a Vangy battle station. I think I will. Just sit really still and we won't notice you, right? The others were sitting still too. Didn't seem to help them much. Albert Harris, armor plus 2.1%. Wonder what it was before. Nice. Oh, are you guys shooting at me? Oh, okay. Sorry. Didn't notice. Oh, let's bring Weaver Song back in. We need repaired. 7. Oh my god. Oh crap, and there's a bunch of marauders over here. Get behind us. Get behind us. It's not behind us. Nice, I blind shot one of them. That one's broken. Oh shit. forgot to set Weaver Song to repair only. They're out here fighting shit. I'm like, no wonder they're getting destroyed. I think I do need that. Right here. Have an explosive. Just the one. All yours. Free of charge. Easy peasy. Y'all repair it up? Alright, good to go. Jesus, that was terrible. Boom. Oops. Got a little carried away there. Right. Rebels. What do you say, Weaver? You want that, I don't know. You want an Achilles? Just straight up upgrade you? Jump. I think we should. Oh wow. Okay, now I definitely don't need 2 4-point. Or do I? Well, it doesn't need to be a Mark III, that's for sure. What do I have in a Mark? Oh. That's not enough. Fine. Stuck with it. They've got an Achilles. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. Weaver Song, dock your little boat there. Bring it on in. We knew this day would come. That's mine. Do you really have that many gunners? And why? What guns will they be on? The turrets? I guess the front two. Those are the ones you'll expect pointed at you the most. Well, no, I guess it'll be these two. It's not going to make much of a difference other than their accuracy. But it's going to be pointing these most of the time. And I'll put whatever my strongest one is up front. Alright, let's get all this Garbage off. Holy crap. Okay, so first of all, yeah, that one, that one. Okay, those are all full. There's really nowhere to put anything else, is there? Like, where would it go? Yeah. Because there's a 1-point weapon in the... Oh god. Yep. Oh, let's go ahead and put the engines and warp drive on so we don't forget. We might as well give it a pirate heavy booster for some reason. Excellent turning, lightweight armor, excellent shielding. It's not going to need cooling, but that'll be nice. It won't use a repair system, but we'll have 8 of those. Will it need cooling that way? Oh, these generate how much? 11? So yeah, it needs that 46. That'll do it. I'm gonna put a spotlight on it. Stop me. It can't just not have good shielding though, it has to be pretty good. But it also needs to have enough power for getting around. So, 42, 54. That should do it, but just in case. And then, what else? Fuck it. It's got a warp drive, it's got the upgraded engines, it's got enough power, it's got repair, shield, turning. I don't give anything lateral thrusters because I think that's silly on these big ships. That doesn't do enough unless it's super high graded and it just takes up space. I don't think it's useful enough with the fleet ships, but it's not totally useless. Sweet. Alright, let's take it into combat. It has no weapons. It's completely free of weaponry. Boom. Look, it's going to be able to do so much repairing across the field if we stay together. But, like, it doesn't need to. It does. It has 8 forward repair beams on triple beam with a buff to how much it does. The only drawback of that ship, besides being weaponless, is that being weaponless means it doesn't have point defense at all. But I think it's going to make it work. And its shielding is almost on par with the others, so I'm not stressed about it like getting damaged. It's got 8 repair drone bays, Mark II. They're not upgraded, but they're Mark IIs. It's pretty beefy for a repair boat. but I just feel like it's going to be better in the long run than having 4 attack vessels that have part-time repair, although that wouldn't be so bad. I just want my main attack ships to have point defense as well, and it's hard to do that if you're also installing repair beams, because then they're relying on those side point defense beams for all defense, all side defense, and it just doesn't work very well for me. I got way too far away. Looked like Tim was actually making a point to attack that outside ship. Good enough, Sophia. Good enough. Why don't you repair the other 2? I have the best repair out of all the fleet. I should be the lowest priority. Signal. Alright, let's gear up for... Boom, just blasts him with repair. But then she runs away. There. That's what I'm talking about. But you have to finish Sophia first. Sophia, stop making it difficult. She's trying to help. Really? Baggy heavy armor in blue. Wow, somebody in my fleet's gonna like that. Oh no, yeah, there it is. Nothing. Oh, this is the last point. This is the one I always never know where to spend. Wait, I thought that was that one. Oh, one was always... Oh, wow. A small laser. It must be near the system core? No? Not even close? Yeah, we're way far away. I should go equip that Ardonian warp drive and some of those huge batteries and get us back closer to the... Well, what do I buy then? That doesn't do anything. That's not going to make any difference. That would help. That would be really cool. But I wanted damage instead. That helps all across the board though, rather than just for warp. Alright, that was the last point on level 50. And I've got my fleet at level 50. I've done the thing. Got a tech level. Sweet. Hull is empty. Oh, not anymore. Yep, Nitro and Hyper. Small and large, all in blue. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I need to... Don't need that. Where's that Argonian warp drive? Yeah. That puts us at 28.7. $3,600, so let's try to get 38. Looks like that won't be hard at all. Okay. I forgot to hook up the scanner. We're flying blind. I keep forgetting I have a cloaking device. Jesus. How ridiculous is that? Go as far as we can. Nice. Rebels and ah, nice. Got one of them. Oh shit. Let's do the beams on the tail. And then okay. No. We'll leave the beams on the side so we can put just the rapid laser on the back. Nice. That'll work. Alright. 3 relics left. Whew. Burned through some serious amount of relics today. Ooh, man. Muzzle flash and quest generate objective. Uh-oh, that's different. That must have had to do with docking at some station with an error. It's staying here, I just wanted it on the map. Why not? Ooh, look at that. Yeah, why not? We'll just have that. And that. Oh, look. Ta-da! Wow, I still have 21 power. I can drop that easy. Oh, look at that. Just turn off my boosters. Top out at 54 still. I can cruise around indefinitely at 54. Still charge flux while I'm doing it. Now the repair system will screw it up. Even with the engines completely off, the repair system drains it pretty fast. But then it'll recharge pretty fast with it off again. You still do 50 at 0 power, at 34% power? No, that was coasting. Oh yeah, it just takes longer to get there. So once you get up to that speed, you can just kind of sustain it. Wow. It gives you a lot more time to repair. That's not bad. Spend about a third of the time repairing. Awesome. This is ridiculous. Oh shit. Nope, relic. Oh my god. Chase it, chase it. I was just back at the station. Got it. That's something I can dump this on right now. $67.1. 67.8. Is that worth a relic? I don't know. But we'll get more next time. That being said, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thanks to everyone for joining in. Thanks to our new subscribers, Llama Smurf and Mave1. I do very much appreciate that. Man, we got quite a lot done today. Found a new crew member. So now we have Tim the Insane. We have Jean-Philippe. And we have Weaver Song. It's turning out to be quite a cast. Alright. Again, thank you for stopping by, for hanging out, and we'll see you next time.